Hello everyone. Let's see if this is working, shall we? Let's see if this is working. I'm getting alerts saying we are live. And that is usually a good sign. Usually it is a good sign. I can now hear myself coming back through, I think. I'm gonna say that's Runon's. Yeah. Hello everyone. So I'm starting off, before I let the hours go live, I have to admit we're gonna do something slightly different today. For those who were watching the Twitch stream earlier, you'll know that the laptop was kind of got overloaded. So I did a full service on the laptop between the Twitch stream and now. And it theoretically has 8 gigabytes of RAM on a single stick. When I put it in the little RAM tester I have back there, which I'm not sure how great it is, it basically put it as 4 gigabytes of practical RAM and 4 gigabytes of which were 4 gigabytes of it was rated as good, and 3.78 gigabytes were rated as usable, and 0.22 gigabytes were rated as kaput. So that's the RAM on the poor laptop. So I'm doing something. Yeah. Yeah, Fleet's just giggling away at the moment in my ear. I will make them. I will, and mildly dying as well. But I will. So basically, what I'm going to do is this is going to be probably the last time you see me on video until the end. Okay? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And it's quite a simple system. I'm going to turn off the video camera. Because that, theoretically, should make the life easier on the laptop. Alright? So now, we have space when the questions get input in, that you can all have the things added in. And now I have... Is Dan speaking? Yeah, I could hear it. No worries. Hello everyone. So now I am joined by Dan, Fleet of Oceans, and Runon. Dan is on a train, which is a very silly thing to be in. Let's be honest, on a train on a Sunday night. I am.
Dan, you may want to turn on push to talk.
No worries.
Okay. All right. So, and what I will say though is, thanks to your generous support and the fact that I managed to get my tax bill, my tax bill has apparently been adjusted. I am now at the point where I have got roughly, once I get paid, which is supposed to be at some point this week, I will have 900 of the £1,100 I roughly need to fix the computer. If I can get it up to, if I manage to pull together £1,300, I think it is, when I was checking my phone for my Amazon Amazon thing, because I've got it all stored in the Amazon as a quick one to go to, because I've got it all on PC Builder, but, you know, well, PC Part Picker. You know, I've sort of stored it on Amazon as one of the options for me to buy it all from there. And it works out at roughly, with OEM, Windows, everything, all it's about £1,400, well, 1,383. So I think I have to say thank you to all of you who have supported that. You've certainly made it a lot quicker than me getting there. I'm now not sure whether I, you know, try and fudge up a different version of OEM and also whatever, but yeah, thank you. We will be back to normal service as soon as we possibly can. I will both be hunting down options to improve the laptop and to, of course, fix the PC. The PC, after all the testing we've done it through, and Dan's here, so Dan will probably back me up, that Shipshape crew have been overseeing quite a lot of testing and providing counterpoints when needed. We'll basically I was the last one of the shipshape crew to accept that that PC is dead. Judging by how quickly I got sent not just lists of parts and components by Drac and Garrus the Brit, but full-on advice for where to go to shop them and when would be the best time and what price I can get. Within almost the first couple of videos and chats about it, yeah, I was definitely the last to give up hope on the PC. Anyway, Steve Clarke is taking questions from YouTube. I think Runon is monitoring Twitch. And all the questions are going to be manually put in because I tried to put the I tried to put the program, the software that the bot runs on, StreamerBot on this computer, and it flat out died. When I say flat out died, I mean I pressed download and the computer went. Took it on, started, downloaded it, then I said install, and it started installing and went shut down.
Yeah.
And it happened 3 times.
I am also spinning up my stream so that if Dr. Clarke's computer decides to... we won't be completely
moved from
snookered.
dying to just about alive.
Thank you, Zaka. Yes.
That sounds like an improvement there, Fleet. Have you been divorced of your love of questionably designed French royal sovereign types?
No.
No, that's not.
No. Dan did pronounce the PC dead. He's pronounced the laptop on life support. I think. That's the current reckoning. Slow mode for the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat should not be in slow mode. Fu is quiet. I mean, Fu is dying.
I'm not saying it's on life support. Just that it's not looking good, and we've contacted the palliative care team. And if you want to visit, I think you should come now rather than later.
Oh, that's cruel. For those who never dealt with NHS doctors, that's basically code for get here quick because your parents not got long. Ouch, that is cruel. That's worse than being on life support. Oh, good lord, the poor laptop. Oh. Is there a reason there's a zebedee woofing like anything?
Yeah, Riley's just been. I've cleared his stick up. He's all right. Would you mind having him in here?
He can come in here.
Because then you can keep an eye on him.
I'll keep an eye on him. Don't worry.
Okay.
If you didn't hear, yes, you are Fleet. If people didn't hear, Raleigh's also just been sick, so Fleet's ill and Raleigh's ill at the same time. One likes sniffing other dogs' behinds. The other one likes sniffing photos of French battleships. We'll leave that to your perspective. But you know, so Raleigh has now joined us, but of course you can't see him on camera. But he is now here.
If that's pointing at Fleet, I feel like that's a bit much.
I think it was a bit crueler than I was intending it to be when it came out. I have to admit, it was trying for a joke about the fact that both of them were actually puking at the same time, apparently. And I was trying to link it together, and I came with... the thing was today, Raleigh went for a walk, and, well, he managed to find 6 lady dogs who were all rather cute, didn't you? So, of course, he did what doggies like to do when they find members of the opposite fluffy kind, cute, and there. Going for a really deep sniff.
Yeah, we're trying to dance around the subject here because this has to be cousin friendly.
Yes, well, little cousins know that. Quite a lot of them are farm kids. Okay, Black Horse. Were castles a common form of coastal defence in World War II? Adapting castles because they were already on sites which were probably wanted to be defended was quite common in World War II. The great thing is if you go to Drac's video about the Jersey castles, the amount of conversions they had. Adaptions they had by the Germans. They really did have a lot of done. It's the laptop watching out for kamikaze books. Leslie, stop tempting fate, and in nicest way, it might have a box around it. There is a reason the case I have looked at and I have suggested I'm getting is the C8 from Antec, who are a pretty solid case, but also, most importantly, all the buttons are widely spaced apart. What do we think about castles as a common form of coastal defense in World War II? They're just adapted because they're already in good locations, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uh,
Although it's well, well, if there are castles, they're adapted, but they're not built in new coastal defenses. It also depends on what you mean. Do you mean coastal defenses in terms of we want to stop people from coming ashore and doing things, or do you mean coastal defenses is that warship over there? I don't want to see it anymore.
it's always both, isn't it?
Very different things.
It's always both with coastal defenses.
Kind of, but
Otherwise, do we call them just shore defences? Beach
Yeah.
obstacles?
Yeah.
The other problem with this is there's lots of awkward things about defining castles versus forts. The idea generally being that a castle is also a residence, I think.
Yeah.
Which you tend not to get. But I certainly get what people mean, that functionally a fort is a castle is a fort. And it's the semantics are not particularly helpful with that. I don't think anyone built anything huge. The last things were probably the things like the defences at Singapore and Fort Drum and things like that. Would be my guess.
There's a few things constructed along the Atlantic Wall. Yeah.
Yeah. But they feel more
And
like they're linear defences. I don't know.
Also, the UK builds quite hefty stuff. The UK defences are often less talked about.
I mean, we built a Monson fort, don't we?
Yeah. Alex, turn fleet up, please. Okay. Turn fleet up.
We weren't, in case he talks about host.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear. I can read between the lines on Fleet's voice here. I think we'll give him a break for a little bit. Eh?
Yeah, I think we will. Why are there two battles Atlantic, especially the first one, underrepresented in the public imagination? I would say because both happen a long way from home, and you feel their effects, but you don't see the battle. And you're often getting told these things, and also, to a certain extent, while they're going on, the public does a great deal, the government does a great deal to try and manage the information coming to public to not cause a panic. And it's the classic things of wars. Often the things which were the most dangerous are the ones which were played down the most, because of how close it could have actually come once people start working and joining the dots together. And as said before, the World War I, the Germans are actually far closer to starving British out than they ever are in World War II. Yeah. Far closer in World War I.
Yep, I would also say that the name,
which I have,
is ingenuous. It should be more accurately called the campaigns in the Atlantic rather than the Battle of the Atlantic.
Because it's a whole.
It was a long, drawn-out struggle.
Well, theoretically, actually, they probably should be called the Atlantic Theatres.
Yeah,
because it's a theatre of war. But the trouble is, they don't get that sort of level of recognition. But it's one of those fun things. It's like I've actually been called anti-German and anti-history for pointing out, and a T-boo for pointing out the Germans were actually closer to making the British starve in World War I than they were in World War II. Not sure how that makes me a T-boo. Not sure how that makes me anti-history, because, well, frankly, it is the historically correct. It's the backed up by stats and information.
I feel like that's just someone looking for an axe to grind.
And I'm also not sure how it's anti-German. Are they claiming the Nazis were more German than the Reich?
Yeah, that's a weird one, isn't it?
Instead of going, I'm saying the Germans did better in World War One than they did in World War Two on this in this particular theatre of war. That makes you anti-German.
Yeah.
How? What have you been smoking lately to believe that is sensible? And my little cousins do have the concept of what we call spicy cigarettes in our family. So, smoking, I was smoking something spicy. Castena, are there any well-documented pre-Columbian naval battles in the Americas? Pre-Columbus, I'm presuming.
Yeah, pre the Columbian era of exploration.
Yeah. Not really. We don't really have any memory of the Native Americans having naval battles. The Incan, the Inca and the Aztec empires both don't seem to go anywhere near the sea too much in terms of having battle warfare out there.
And if anything did take place on the riverines and the lakes, it's either not been recorded, or if it was recorded, it was recorded orally, and we didn't translate it into,
Yeah, it hasn't been managed to be
historical
passed on.
literature.
That's one of the troubles when you have an oral historical memory.
And especially when you have a very large force that comes in to your operating space.
Yeah, and kind of, knocks out several of the pegs that keep that old tradition going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Far more successful than the Spanish conquistadors, though, were the rats that came with them and the disease that spread from the other animals which came with them. That was far more successful at wiping out the Aztec Empire than the conquistadors were.
Yeah, but we also had things like smallpox blankets. So I'm not going to completely blame the parasitic life.
I know, like it's basically, but also there's also the fact that if we hadn't been there in the first place, the diseases couldn't have gotten there.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, that's the real rub, isn't it? That's the real
Fleet. I wouldn't be so sure on that one because migratory birds and things can be quite good at transmitting some diseases by one means or another.
You did also have all the other people who were making it to the northern bits of North America from places like Bristol and Scandinavia, who would have potentially eventually worked their way down south.
So it was coming.
True.
Yeah, it's coming. It's part of the joys of having a globally integrated world.
Whoa.
Yeah, although I was just listening to something which was making the point that actually it was very much not the conquistadors who really made the difference. It was that they managed to shift the balance of the kind of opponents of people like the Mexica people, so that the alliance there against against them could kind of combine and take them out, so that they, because it was only a handful of people from Spain that arrived. But on a naval theme on that, is what's now Mexico City was a giant lake. Was that Titlan, I think. Apparently, one of the things which really surprised the locals was when the Spanish rigged up kind of rafts with sails, and so were able to cross much faster than the oar-powered things. So, which gives you some insights into the nature of warfare, that they weren't using. If they were going to have warships, it would be war canoes or rafts that were man-powered rather than using sails or anything.
Yeah.
So I can try and bring it around to naval history. Honest.
Oh no. Black Horse, what's the most famous case of asking for forgiveness and instead of permission in a naval situation? Famous case of asking for forgiveness instead of permission in a naval situation. Probably it's got to be Nelson and his glorious 1st of June.
Turning a blind eye.
At Copenhagen, potentially, but Copenhagen, as I said before, was kind of a rigged question. It's the 1st of June. It's, of course, is when he sees the enemy doing a position, and instead of following the orders, follows what he interprets as the spirit of St. Vincent's orders, and is possibly the only man who could get away with it. But there again, he did capture 2 ships. So, in a nice way, St. Vincent was prepared to be very forgiving to a man who brings him 2 ships of the line captured.
And then, of course, there's also what we were speaking about in Armchair Admirals on Friday.
Mm.
Oscarborg Fortress. Either I will be court-martialed or I will be decorated. Open fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also I think a lot of times on the asking forgiveness instead of permission front, you get a lot of "You are not supposed to do that, but it worked out well. So the official record will state that you were supposed to do that, and nobody will ask questions."
That's
Yeah.
true.
And I am currently experiencing the joy of I had a bunch of water transfers around here somewheres with the Votan, and can I find them now? No.
Hi, Foxo, and hello, EX Mariner.
Hello.
Dan.
Dan, you'll want to go on Twitch to talk. You're getting a lot of noise bleeding through.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. It's you're on a train. You're having fun on a train. The fact you're still calling in and still here to chat with you, Trevor, is lovely.
It is.
I'm now off a train.
Off a train. Please
Well,
tell me
the
you're not.
train was going down.
What argument for Matthew Blairens? What argument should the Royal Navy have used to with the government to get the CVA-1? The government were hunting for cuts. There's pretty much nothing you can do to get CVA-1 unless you can. But as they were a Labour government, I would probably have not made the argument with them. I'd have gone to the unions and said, think about all the shipyard workers who are going to be employed with this, and think of all the aircraft manufacturers who are going to be employed for this. And what happens if we not employ? What happens if these things aren't built? Who's gonna? Those jobs aren't going to be maintained. It's not the governments that are going to win that argument in that scenario, because the governments are putting too much political power into trying to cancel these things. You have to go to their paymasters. And even then, there's on some certain subjects, governments won't take any notice of their paymasters, but the Labour Party usually are reliably do take notice of the trade unions going, you do this, we'll go on frigating general strike. Because there's nothing more scary to the Labour Party than actually having to deal with a strike.
And if you wanted to be particularly cruel, you go to more than just the shipyard unions and more than just the aviation manufacturers unions. You go to all of the upstream and downstream unions that such a contract would support. And you cause fun. Dr. Clarke, if I may be so bold as to suggest that we merge our Twitch chats and then Twitch can possibly take care of itself with regards to questions?
Okay, Ghostbusters very definitely said not to cross the street.
Normally I would do this, but today I haven't even dared log into Twitch because other than through Restream because of the way the laptop's acting. And I don't think I can do it through Restream. If I could find a way to do it, I would.
I figured I would posit it.
No, it's a good idea, and in future we will certainly do it when we're doing these things. If you're also going to be showing people what your lovely constructions are, they like to see the Votan coming together. Colin Cameron, do we know which ships the cross-channel guns came from, and is there a list of ships the World War Railway guns were from, or were they spare barrels? There's a theoretical. Carry on, please.
The cross-channel guns are a mix of coastal installations, railway artillery, and in some cases, depending on how close the channel actually got to narrowing, actual traditional artillery pieces. I mean, you've got everything from 4-inch naval guns, 150mm artillery pieces, 6, 9.2, and 14-inch guns on the British side. Then you've basically got the Germans rolling out everything in the French basically every caliber of railway gun save one the French ever had, plus pretty much every caliber of railway gun they operated save one.
Fleet,
Then you've also got
Fleet, I'll just interrupt you for a second. One, to say hello to Dragon, and two, to say Steve Clarke has just said questions are now closed until the queue is shorter, because the poor man has probably almost had a, seriously, the sheer amount of work you've made to do the chat. I've just been watching it, just been a stream of at Steve coming through.
Yes, he's like, stop, slow down, he can't handle it.
Give him a couple minutes to catch up. Carry on,
yeah, so
just as a notice I'll grab Twitch. I've got Twitch up in front of me. I can see it. I can grab it.
So, and the cross-channel guns. Well, actually, what was it?
And thank you, Paul, as well, who's also been assisting Steve.
Yes. So, and the Germans also in place some pieces of artillery that were destined for ships that were never constructed. So some of the 16.5-inch guns went to Norway. Some of the 16-inch guns went to France. They considered installing some of the 15-inch guns in turreted batteries in France, aka some of the guns that were meant for replacement barrels for the Bismarcks, but they decided instead to put them on railway carriages instead. So while there were some guns from ships that were used in the cross-channel duels and as in-placed artillery on both sides, most of them were either guns that were built for that role, they were guns that were siege artillery, aka railway guns on both sides, or they were spare barrels requisitioned for that role. Very few, I believe, came from ships.
Yeah.
Some were destined for ships, but very few came from ships.
That's my study of it.
I have a thought, though. If the Germans were raiding the French arsenals for all of their old spare guns, is there a chance that one of the guns that had served on Hoche was still in storage and was reused?
No.
Was Hoche a traitor?
No, not a cat and hell's chance.
No, they'd have been worn out in World War I.
Yeah, we're talking about the World War I era leftovers, because the French really didn't build any. The French coasted on their stockpile of railway guns from World War I into World War II, and then the Germans took over what was left.
I think everyone did, didn't they?
No, the Italians considered building new railway artillery, but ended up going with their coastal defense strength concept. The Russians did so in a big way, commissioning their turreted 180mm guns and a few 12-inch guns that could be used as coastal artillery or siege artillery. The Japanese built a single, I believe it was 30cm piece, but then didn't pursue any further developments. And the biggest nation that really pursued railway artillery in a big way in the interwar period was, of course, the Germans.
Night Secretary for one. Steve Clarke, do we judge the Independence and Freedom class littoral combat ship too harshly, as they are created in a time of war of choice mentality, which hadn't been seen up to that point? No. Because in the nicest way, there is not even war of choice mentality justifies not putting sacrificial anodes on the frigating hull. There are so many there are so many decisions which are based on we can do this better than the past and we don't need to do this anymore, and everyone goes, you won't, no, we're smarter, and then it's wrecked the hull. You don't say. So frankly, no. Yeah, absolutely no.
Yeah, there are certain things you can excuse, but that's just bad design.
I would say I continue to maintain that if you took away the 40 plus knot requirement off those ships, you would actually have a fairly good system. Not a great system, not the best system, but we've done better, but we've done worse system.
I think you could. I think if you had, but you'd have fundamentally very different vessels. Fundamentally, it would have been very different. There'd be far more steel in their construction that would remain far easier to upgrade, all sorts of things. So yeah, it would be fundamentally different vessels. Paul Amos, Matthew Blarins. Carry on, Dan.
I was just going to say, yeah, I think the speed thing killed them because it skewed everything else they could or couldn't do, and made them very much meh at a lot of things they would otherwise have been pretty good at, because they'd have sat somewhere around, smallish frigate, slightly bigger and better than an OPV. Although at that point, you have to question in second, the US set up, why aren't they with the US Coast Guard?
To be honest, that's not the asset the Coast Guard needs.
No, but I mean, no, but without the speed, they'd have had the endurance, and
But also,
they'd have. Yeah,
problem is the Coast Guard can't really make even if you take away the speed, that's still not the Coast Guard didn't ask for them. The Coast Guard doesn't want them, and also it's something that the Navy needs.
Yeah, the Coast Guard, essentially, the Coast Guard needs Crown Vics and Ford Excursions. This is a Tesla Model 3. It's not bad.
I'd say it's more a Tesla Roadster myself, but okay.
Well, I'm saying the Model 3 because it's still, in a vacuum, on paper, it's still a fairly competent design, or capable design, I should say. On paper is doing a lot of work in this statement. It's just that
I would say
in the real world, it tends to kind of fall apart quickly.
Thanks to one of my uncles who's a massive car enthusiast and likes to does car reviews, I have driven all the Teslas that have been for sale in the UK, and I have to say, Tesla 3 was the one I drove and went, what exactly do I want you for? What exactly do I want this car for? Because it's such a meh of the options. It's sitting there going, there's no USP here, other than it's got Tesla on it. It's basically, I've often declared the Model 3 is the Tesla for people who just wanted a Tesla badge and they couldn't actually think about why they wanted a Tesla. But that's me probably getting a bit rude. Matthew Lawrence, why do lots of air power advocates dislike aircraft carriers? Because aircraft carriers cause there to be trouble, because it suggests that rather than the air being one, the air power depends on where it can launch from. And that causes a whole disunity of argument, especially in the 1930s, but still into the 1950s, and even in the 1990s.
Yeah, it's the thing of the ship is the limiting factor, and being able to land on and take off from the ship imposes limitations. That means that it's not all super sexy, fast. You get the whole either bomber mafia or fighter mafia.
Yeah.
Neither of which is any good, because they forget what the purpose is, which is working together to give the enemy a dilemma.
Yes, and because, let's be honest, the purpose of aircraft are basically a version of a glorified artillery in lots of modern warfare scenarios. Black Horse, how often were torpedoes used against dry dock gates or canals? More often, in a nice way, the Royal Navy swordfish torpedo bombers even torpedoed a dam in Italy. And I kid you not, yes, a swordfish torpedoed a dam, and it did cause damage to the dam. Didn't destroy it, like they were hoping, but they did cause damage. That was when the Royal Navy heard the RAF's plans were to develop this new bouncing bomb, and the Royal Navy just went, well, shall we give it a go with our torpedoes? Yeah. A full squadron of swordfish went in, and the Italians were just sort of going, are we being attacked by them? Yes. We have to turn off all our aiming gear. We cannot hit them. Why? Because our guns don't traverse that slowly.
That is a very Interesting problem to have to try to explain to somebody who sits in an office all day, I imagine.
Yes, it was. How did you not manage to stop the torpedo attack?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had to try and turn our guns to manual control so we could keep them going slow enough. Whenever we tried to use any of the fancy equipment we had for aiming the gun, for moving the guns, it was enough. So we had to turn them back to the backup manual system where you manually crank them round, because otherwise they're moving too fast.
I have visions of needing to use the anti-motor torpedo boat settings rather than anti-aircraft settings.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just me? Thinking
Uh,
of the 6-pounders that they had on Malta that slaughtered the mass boats that attempted to attack.
Yes, but again, you have to remember that some of the torpedo boats actually go, especially some of the Italian torpedo boats, actually go faster than a swordfish when it's loaded with a torpedo. We'll leave that to one side, though.
That is why the Italians will be the ones who might actually have those settings on their guns, because they have that to train against, and they know how blooming effective their motor torpedo boats were.
Yes, but their
Sorry,
motor
I think
torpedo
you might
boats,
be some of it.
their motor torpedo boats actually, some of them went faster than a swordfish did loaded with torpedoes.
Yeah, it's look, the swordfish. It's an art form. It is zen. It is.
It is the perfect. It is the perfect representative of chaotic neutral. It can be both good and bad. It will always be chaotic. Yeah.
It is the living embodiment of low and slow and deadly.
Yes. But the answer to that question, broadly speaking, is they were used against dry dock gates and canals quite a lot. Black Horse. Are there examples of air bombs actually hitting and destroying dry docks? There are examples of them damaging them, yes. Let's be honest, if you're hit with, I don't know, a tall boy or something else, you're going to notice it. And a few dry docks were hit.
Nothing is walking up a tall boy.
Foxo?
Is this specifically in World War II?
No. It says examples of air bombs hitting and destroying dry docks.
Once you start getting stuff like GBUs, if I remember correctly, weren't a bunch hit in the first Gulf War?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially to stop the Iraqi fighter aircraft. They just hit dry docks. Because you can do that with a GBU.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
Yeah. It's fun times. I'd also say that
sorry,
my mouth shut. You just sound like you're underwater currently.
Who, me?
Good way. Yeah.
I sound like I'm underwater.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Like you sort of got like a bubbly sort of muffled.
I have no idea why.
That's slightly better.
Admittedly, I did have a poodle in my lap, and I've moved his head out the way, so maybe that's had an impact. Maybe.
That's better.
Maybe. But he's looking at me scandalized. He doesn't understand why he's had to move his head from in front of my head.
I feel like this question's a weird one, because it kind of answers itself.
Yeah, so do you want to read it out?
Yes, please, because I have a vested interest in this one.
Yeah.
Knight 6831 asks, the Colossus Majestic Hull was able to take the Skyhawk and the Sea Harrier when it can't take the Super Etendard due to their weight and high approach speed. How did the design make the A4 and Harrier work and not the Super Etendard? The Super Etendard is not that much heavier than a Sea Harrier. Well, the A4 works because it's its low landing speed, and quite frankly, that aircraft can be put down on, well, the A4 Skyhawk was aggressively. There's a reason why it was used as an aggressor platform and as the go-to entry-level carrier aircraft for powers, retaining cat-of-bar capability with something like a light fleet into the 60s and 70s. Because you could have a large air wing of them that could carry a decent variety of munitions. They were fairly nippy. They could move around again, and also they weighed less than a postage stamp as far as jet carrier aircraft are concerned. The Harrier is a VTOL aircraft. The way in which a VTOL aircraft approaches landing on a carrier is totally different to how a aircraft that is landing on a carrier via Catabar has to approach it. You don't have to deal with quite so heavy deck landings, although you do still basically have the same gear arrangement because it's a carrier. You're still going to hit it at compared to how an Air Force pilot would land. But it's not so much the weight. As long as the VTOL aircraft can hover and land, it doesn't really matter what your landing weight is, because at that point you're not coming to a stop, or the
Yeah.
and the arrestor wires don't have to stop you because you're coming down vertically.
I will say this and give this you this heads up because we're going out. We're planning on flying out to Japan with Finnair, with the Finnish, and if you and I do come back via Taiwan and Singapore, which I'm hoping to arrange and sort out for us, fleet, we'll be coming back by Singapore Air. So the Finnair pilots mostly are trained by Air Force. Singapore Airlines has a long history of having a lot of ex-Navy pilots involved in their training and in their things.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to experience the difference in the landing styles. It's really fun when you're landing in an A380 and it's being landed like it is an F-18 being landed on a flight deck.
Yeah, the Super Étendard is a wonderful strike aircraft, but it's very much you need a Clemenceau and up. Anything smaller than that, you just can't take the platform due to its high landing speed. You could probably get them on an Essex. You'd have to really angle that Essex's flight deck, but you could do it.
Yeah.
It's not, and it's also when it comes to the light fleet. In theory, you could land a Super Étendard that has completely dry tanks and no stores on a light fleet. Good luck getting it off the deck again without a crane.
That's a theory I wouldn't like to put in, because the nicest way, that means if you make any mistakes, you have no way to go around if you've got no fuel.
Yep.
So no.
And also, if you do get it down, I don't care how fast that light fleet is moving, and even if you've got full steam pressure for your catapults, the run of the catapult isn't long enough, and the speed you can get over the flight deck isn't enough for that Étendard to get off the deck.
Nope.
The steam cat just doesn't have a long enough run to bring that aircraft up to takeoff speed.
It doesn't. It does not. Right. So, let's see. As Argentine, as Argentine, this is a nice scary one again. As Argentine ASW carrier doctrine was built from the USN, who was it really intended to be used against? Brazil, Chile, or the British? The Soviets?
Basically everyone. Yeah, well, basically anyone who might threaten Argentina, but the Soviets in particular.
Yeah.
ASW doctrine works against basically, if you're hunting a sub, you're hunting a sub.
In theory. In practice.
I know it's not quite that clear cut, but you get the point I'm making.
Well, you and I both know that different nations, naval officers and submariners are trained with slightly different risk tolerances. And sorry if I've gone a bit quiet again. I have a poodle who's decided to give me a very, very close and loving hug. And this has an impact on them. This has an impact on what you're dealing with. One of the things the Argentinians complained about to the Americans were that the British submariners were too aggressive.
What?
It didn't fit with their doctrine.
Met the Royal Navy in any capacity?
Well, they were basing it again, like they were basing off their ideas of what the British would do in terms of anti-amphibious warfare doctrine, of what they felt was NATO doctrine for submarine usage. And it confused the hell of the Americans completely until they realised that, to be fair, the Argentinian understanding of NATO submarine doctrine seemed to be very limited. They thought our submariners were going to be very passive.
Clearly they've never met a Royal Navy submariner.
And it's really interesting when you read the American reports on what the Argentinians said, and then you read what the Argentinian reports about what they said, and then you read the British reports about what they were doing, and the Argentine reports about what they're doing, and you sort of start putting it all together and you go, there's a lot of confusion going on here.
Clearly, they've never met a Royal Navy officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I don't think don't think they studied a lot of it either, and that was more of a problem for them. They didn't need to. They needed to, in many ways, study it. In terms of studying the British. Matthew Blerens, why did the Marine Nationale keep Catabar carriers and the Royal Navy did not?
It's
Different strategic and diplomatic priorities.
Yeah.
And there's also a case that the advocacy situation in France is much easier for the Marine Nationale than it is for the RN.
Yes and no.
Because again, the priorities are different.
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about, but also the French are able to keep something like a Catabar carrier, but they're only able to get one. Whereas the Royal Navy is able to get multiple carriers, but they're not able to get the Catabar. It's a 6 of one, half a dozen the other situation. And thank you, Robert Dennett, for the super chat. Thank you. As said, all money I'm currently raising, anything that comes in at the moment, is going towards the computer. I'm not sure when the next payout from YouTube is. I think it is this week. And basically, any money I can is going into the computer, so I can get the new computer sorted out, because that's what I need. Otherwise, I can't get any work done. How does one submit a question? YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Normally, there is a bot running today at the moment with the laptop, because that's dying, and the PC has died. We are doing a Steve Clarke system, and Steve Clarke will announce when the questions are open, and they will then collect all the questions in. So essentially, you'll just do at Steve Clarke.
If I am, but currently Steve's got questions closed, so
yeah,
some space.
Please don't. The person who is most keen on thanking everyone for adding in replacements to adding money to the replacement PC parts funding is Steve. Steve is very keen, very keen on people submitting funding for a new computer. In fact, Steve will probably. What's happened to PC exactly then, anyways? Book dropped on PC.
Kinetic impact failure.
And basically, yeah. It's managed to muck up the PSU, the motherboard, and possibly a couple other things. Graphics card seems okay, but basically I've got to replace the case. Case has been broken, all these things because a book fell on it.
Yep. Classic old kinetic impact failure.
And according to a friend of mine who actually builds PSUs, what happened is basically a 1 in a million scenario they were never designed for.
Yep.
In that, their exact words were, it's theoretically possible, but I never heard anyone actually managing to achieve it. Yeah, it's going to cost me about 13. Well, it's going to cost me depending on how I do it, between 1,100 and 1,400 pounds to fix it, and the extra money is for me to get the differential of that is me buying an OEM Windows and a couple other things to try and make it easier to set up, rather than me basically bootlegging it between my PCs and getting it sorted out. It would all be legal, but it would all be grey area legal.
Ramal, just keep that question in your back pocket for now until Steve opens stuff up again.
Yeah.
And Knight, you can always contribute to the fund.
You just got a kayak ad.
Yeah. Kayak the travel company, or kayak the thing you sit in and paddle around?
Josh H, Christ Almighty, what have you got in there? In a nice way, it was a book which dropped on the computer. You have seen the size of my books, Josh H. There
Yeah,
is
it
no
was,
surprise. If one of my books, a hardback, hits something, it's gonna feel it.
It was what might be termed politely a significant emotional event.
I was just calling it a kinetic impact event.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the next one. I like these. I've got good questions this week.
Yeah, that's
have
good.
good-
That
we
is
have
all
good
tax
experts.
We
deductible.
have
That
good questions.
yeah.
We have good questions most weeks, Knight. Or
I'm just a fucking.
language on both of us on that one.
Sorry.
It was a British Empire book, well, British Royal Navy infrastructure book.
The Empire.
I'm okay.
Okay, Black Horse. Were there cases of only building the defences to protect against landing troops?
Large portions of the Atlantic Wall, specifically the areas right up on the beach, because a lot of those were focused very much on denial of beach to landing troops, rather than suppression or engagement of assets at sea.
Mhm.
There were sections of the Atlantic Wall that were designed with the engagement or suppression of naval assets in mind, but a good chunk of the Atlantic Wall, specifically in France and that
Mhm.
area, was very much geared towards denial of beach to landing troops,
Yeah.
with very little, if any, capability to protect against vessels at sea.
Yeah. Okay. It's fun. Most of coast defences are pretty much about denial of beach, denial of access, and then you have other defences which are supposed to provide. Well, because if you consider the ranges involved for the heavy guns, you don't need them everywhere. They will cover quite a large area if you position them correctly. But you have to position them correctly.
I mean, if you look
Dr.
at the two,
Clarke,
the only.
Are you insinuating that there's a level of engineering that has to go in with fixed defenses?
Yeah, I am.
I mean,
I
if you
do
look
love.
at the only.
Before we
Sorry,
go
Tom.
too far, Fun Police have just said giant book lands on computer. Human augmentation required to sustain needed to sustain the backup system. This sounds more and more 40k.
Yeah. But very quickly, just to highlight what Dr. Clarke has said and bookend this question.
Oh, are you implying that?
Let fleet go.
Okay.
If you look at the only two heavy guns actually sighted on Omaha Beach, they were two Pac 43 emplacements in bunkers, and if you look at the way they're sighted, they're positioned at either end of Omaha Beach, looking down and along the beach. They have literally no ability to fire out to sea.
Mhm.
The whole purpose of them is to cover the beach in HE and AP rounds.
Mhm. Don't worry, Lance. Thank you. And Foxo, you were saying something.
I was just going to say, it's a bit insulting to call our good friend a servitor, isn't it?
Steve Clarke. No. Steve is not a servitor. Steve is a member of the Mechanicum.
Yeah, he's a tech priest.
Mechanicum wouldn't be.
Foxo wants to say the Mechanicum wouldn't, and then goes, actually, no. Depending on your rank as a tech priest,
No, I'm just trying to
you
think.
would.
It's the Mechanicus,
Yeah.
and most of the time they wouldn't. But I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah.
Oh God, K9. I hate that book.
Okay.
Where were we?
Knight 6831. How did the USN and Royal Navy ASW carrier doctrine adapt to the nuclear submarine? If the Argentine ASW carrier had been sunk, how would that have been viewed? If the Argentine fleet, if the USN and Royal Navy ASW carrier doctrine basically adapted to we want to have as many assets as possible to keep the submarines detect the submarines as far away as possible. But there are advantages of fighting a nuclear submarine versus a diesel submarine, as even the modern US Navy will tell you today. No nuclear submarine has ever pulled up in the middle of a task group without them knowing it was there. A diesel submarine, which has been running entirely on battery and sitting very, very quiet in a deep sort of pocket in the bottom of the ocean, which found that you were going right over its head, has managed to do that. It was a Swedish
Yeah.
sub. It was in an exercise and had actually been hired by the Americans to point out the problems in their ASW. And it did very, very well.
Yeah. Although I will point out that nuke boats nowadays have gotten to the point where if they are running quiet, they are just as quiet as some diesel boats are nowadays. Because of the way they've actually got it to a point now where they don't need to run their pumps at all if they're running at a certain level of power usage.
Yes, they
So
are
at
in
that
some
point-
ways. They are in some ways. Yes, they don't need to run their pumps, but there is still circulation noises.
Yeah. In regards to the Argentine ASW carrier being sunk, well, first of all, I need to clarify something. The Cinco de Mayo was very much not
An
set
ASW
up
carrier.
to perform. No, she was fleet flag and the power projection and primary strike asset of the Argentinian Navy at sea at that point.
She has some ASW capability, but it's not her primary role in life. No.
No, she was geared for strike and search. So she had a trackers for search and she had a A4s for strike.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a big burp from a poodle.
Yeah. If she'd have been sunk, I mean, there would have been. I mean, the Royal Navy would like chalk one up for the. We've sunk a carrier post-war. They could add that one to the list of targets sunk.
Yes.
But apart from that,
You do realise there was actually an RAF officer who told me it was a conspiracy of the Royal Navy not to sink an aircraft carrier, so they could, because they were worried it would make it seem that they weren't a viable asset to procure, and therefore if they sunk one, it would show that they shouldn't procure them in the future.
Yeah,
I was literally told that by a very senior retired officer from the Royal Air Force. I won't name names, but a very senior retired officer from the Royal Air Force. And I went, you do realise you're talking about the submarine branch of the Royal Navy holding back here? Yes. The guys who literally would love to hold it over the Fleet Air Arm that they sunk a carrier. Even more so than the Royal Air Force. You do realise, in the nicest way, warring with the Royal Air Force is just an occasional distraction for the internal factions of the Royal Navy taking the piss out of each other and causing each other trouble.
Yeah.
There is no way, if a submarine could take a shot to kill a carrier, it would not kill it.
Yeah. Nearly happened.
Yeah.
Also, have you found a single Royal Navy Captain XO Chief Petty Officer who wouldn't like to stencil a carrier silhouette onto their superstructure?
I mean, just that alone would be bragging rights for the rest of your career. Oh yeah, I'm the officer who was commanding the boat that sunk the carrier.
Yes, in a nice way. How do you trump Conqueror? How would else would Swistra have trumped Conqueror? But by sinking a carrier. You know,
literally, Swifter's captain rocks up. Hey, guess what? Rocks up to the officers' club. Hey guys, guess what? I sunk a cruiser. Only submarine to fire a torpedo and anchor. Officer of Swiftshore swaggers into the bar. Buddy, have I got bad news for you?
Yeah. I sunk their fleet carrier. Oh, frigate. Oh.
Good times, Alex.
Yeah.
We have some fun.
Yeah, it just in nicest way. If it would have done anything, it would have just
I
made.
can see that image as well.
Yeah, it would just made. If they had done it, it would just made the Royal Navy say, this is why we need more escorts. What is the furthest thing you could refit a ship in history? Ship aligned to frigate to ironclad, and then great refit to a cruiser? No.
Well, problem is a great refit is a.
You're building a new ship.
Yeah,
you're building a new ship and telling the accountants you're just doing a very expensive refit.
Yes.
If we're talking about maximum length, the longest thing you could theoretically do would be ship of the line to broadside ironclad to central battery ironclad to turret ship. And that would be over a course of 3 decades.
And that would be because for some reason your shipbuilding industry was in a position where
you had spare capacity.
It had plenty of parts, but not enough slips.
Yeah.
Even then, considering the amount of work you need to do to turn that ship into that, and the amount of dry dock space and time it would have to take up, no. You just
I
have
mean,
spare.
is it
You are
viable?
basically
No.
doing a job creation program. You
Yeah.
are not
Is
building
it-
a viable vessel of war. You're building a job creation
Yeah.
program.
Yeah, like for the broadside ironclad and possibly the central battery ironclad phases, you'll have a viable first or second line combatant. When you're going for the turret ship conversion, you're basically talking about downgrading to a coastal defense asset, possibly even just a bombardment asset.
Hmm.
There it goes. Got it.
I see.
Just quickly
It was a
before we
Swifter.
end on that one.
Was it Splendid or Swifter? Is the question coming through? I don't think it was Splendid.
I mean, it was quite splendid that they took out an Argentine.
Oh, it was HMS Splendid. It was.
Prime
She was the
asset.
newest Swifter, and she had literally gone from her commissioning and working up to going down there. So it was. She was. It was Splendid, not Swifter. I thought it was Swifter for some reason. She is a Swifter class, but yeah. She was originally supposed to be called HMS 7, but they decided they'd prefer Splendid rather than 7.
Go on.
Was she the 7th boat in the series?
7 is a river. Severn. 7.
Yes, but
But
you
she-
and I both know that the Royal Navy is not going to turn down a good pun if they think they can get away with it.
No, she was the 6th.
Missed opportunity there.
But then it would all be at 6s and 7s.
But it's worthwhile noting that Swifter had cost 37 million, equivalent to, roughly 160 million in 2023 money. And Splendid, was laid down in 1976. In 1977, Swifter had been laid down in 1969.
Oh, boy.
So 8 years differential between the two. Splendid cost 97 million, equivalent to 304 million in 2023. So a little over double the price. A little over double the price, roughly.
Just going back to the previous question with the ship lengthening, etc., etc. Are we looking at Leviathan from Drax April Fool video getting gas turbines?
No, Robert Dennett, thank you for the super chat. We will get to you when we get through the things, but thank you for it. San Canero, as said, all funding, as I keep saying, all funding is going towards the new computer fund because that's going to be expensive, and that needs to be done soon because, frankly, we need to get back to the normal run of things.
Mhm.
It's far more fun
what
when I
it's-
can pull faces.
For what it's worth, I have contributed to said fund.
Thank you.
Not a lot, but I have contributed to it.
Considering
I
Runon,
don't have the money.
considering Runon, you need to be saving your money for a possibly transatlantic move. That's very, very generous and very kind of you. And as such, I offer up Dan's spare bedroom.
Dr. Clarke, you forget something. I am profoundly stupid.
You're still very
I wouldn't
kind.
go that far, yes, I wouldn't go that far.
You did notice I offered up Dan's spare bedroom, not mine, because there's a chance that Dan's spare room is actually clear of boxes and is able to be inhabitable, whereas mine is decidedly not yet. And Dan's gone
Okay.
quiet as Dan's probably searching the room, going, "It could be clear."
It's
Dr.
possibly
Clarke,
clear. It was
I am not
clear
going
5
to
seconds ago.
I am not going to claim, Army or Marine infantry sleeping habits capabilities, but I have slept in crawl spaces, so we're not exactly that far away from sleeping in interesting situations.
Yeah, Night Secret for one. As RFA Vic 4 Victoria is to retire in April 2028, as she is totally worn out. I have to agree, she is worn out. I wouldn't say totally, but yes, worn out. How much can this be blamed on? Well, let's put it this way. Nicest way, the whole thing is, the Solid Store ship has been a very slow run program. it is technically the wars of choice mentality, but it's also the concentration on the counterinsurgency wars of the previous decade, and the idea there wasn't going to be a peer-on-peer conflict, and so you could always resupply by just docking, and everyone just kept pushing the things down the road, and now we're in real trouble. And honestly, there are so many problems in the structure of British forces that you need to fix out. You really do need to fit out. That's why when I did my SDSR, I basically spent most of the time going, we need to fill out the ranks of what we're getting and what we've got before we do anything else. We need to focus on recruitment, retention, accommodation. So we are doing a better job to keeping our service people and growing our service numbers and filling in the gaps, and then growing out the equipment we have, and then expanding into new equipment. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary is an absolutely critical example of this. The way the RFA has been dropped down is criminal. And I'm happy to say that. It is criminal, because if you look at the numbers that there were 20 years ago and the numbers there are now, and you look at the taskings that were 20 years ago and the taskings we're expecting it to do now, you'd sit there and go, what the frigate has happened? And the thing is, it's just the jobs they've been delayed, punted to save money short term, to save this, to save that, for this reason, that reason, all these short term reasons. And now long term, we have managed to, well, let me just check. No, there is a, let's see. Let me just check. Well, we have basically managed to give ourselves a helical axis on a flat plane, which is a great joke, which was first put in Big Bang Theory a few years ago.
You've lost me there, Alex.
We're screwed.
It's the inclined plane wrapped helically around a central axis.
Yeah, inclined plane around a central axis, or helical plane around a straight out flat axis.
Fleet, what do screws look like?
Well, yeah, I know what a screw looks like.
So, the whole thing around, the helical bit around a central axis?
Loading.
Really?
Loading.
That is the most complicated way to describe a screw.
It's Big Bang Theory. That was the whole point of it.
It's an engineer's way to describe a screw. And for reference, the engineers that are in charge of the project that I'm currently working on are having arguments over torque spec right now.
Yeah.
Now, granted, given what we're working on, they're absolutely permitted to have those arguments. I want them to have those arguments. But I'm still going to shake my head at the fact that we have engineers arguing over torque specs.
And thank you, Colin Cameron, for the Ko-fi donation. Thank you.
As well as Team Ulaka.
And Team U as well. I'm seeing which one's coming in. Yes.
In terms of, because we've also got the second part of that question.
And Team
well, basically, I think in terms of fixing the RFA Victoria's retirement will cause a few hiccups in the short term. It'll cause problems in the medium term, and it'll be catastrophic in the long term if it's not fixed.
Basically, we need the solid store ships to actually program to actually be kicked into gear.
Yeah.
The yard's sitting there. Everything's ready to go. We can go. We don't have enough tankers. The fact we're getting rid of the fact we're getting rid of 2 tankers which are perfectly serviceable and are fine. Yes. The reason we're getting rid of them is we don't have the crew for them.
Aye.
You know what
on ice.
Yes, you know what you should be doing is put them into reserve, not getting rid of them.
They are in reserve, I thought.
No, they decided to sell them off as we're not using them to make some cash for MOD.
Typical.
Okay, can I find the accountant that came from the corporate sector who suggested that and acquaint their neck with my hands?
I think
from what I understand, there's an awful lot of that going on right now in the in the treasury.
I
People
think
being turfed out.
I think Fleet was about to try and defend the government then, and now he's going, no, there is just no excuse on what's happening in the RFA. There is no,
as far,
and
I
in
thought-
the nicest
I
way,
thought the
you
wave-
can't
I
even
thought the
get.
wave's being retained, but
In
no,
the case
if the
of-
thing's sold, that's daft.
Every single government for the last 20 years, doesn't matter what stripe or colour they have been, has been equally bad for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary.
Yep. What I
Every
will say, though,
single frigating one.
What I will say though is that any change that comes out of this, even if you kick certain programs into high gear, we're talking about military procurement here. We're probably looking at the results of any changes in policy happening for at least 2 to 3 years, if not half a decade.
Yeah, the thing I don't
We've got
understand
to
is we have
overcome, like,
the
30
thing I
years of inertia.
the thing I'd have thought is tankers are quite useful. We already have the point class as an example of a public-private partnership where we basically have ships taking on private charters when they're not using them for national work, right? With those 4 Roros. Wouldn't you just gone, right, shall we get rid of these ships, or shall we just put them into that and have them going backwards and forwards and earning some work as tankers? Because they're quite decent-sized tankers.
Yeah, as Defondal over on Twitch has pointed out, put a commercial running crew on them.
Yeah.
The moment a vessel goes cold, it may as well be junked. I
Yeah.
don't know if I agree with that second part as strongly,
No.
but I definitely agree with the first part.
Yeah.
The other thing is,
And I
we
mean,
could,
a shorter tanker
yeah.
at the moment.
We're all short time. Nicest way. Also,
Generally speaking, the American government is not going to buy in vessels from foreign powers, and this American government is definitely not going to buy in vessels from foreign powers.
It'll be fun.
How much of us getting rid of those tankers might have been the fact that nobody in the private sector wanted that sort of deal?
Well, the thing is, they didn't even look into it. And the thing is, what you do with what happens to the point class is the Ministry of Defence basically owns and runs them, and they just basically tender for jobs. They go, they're available for jobs if you need to lift them, and it's all worked out through. I think it's Maersk which does the booking. So in a nice way, Maersk would go, oh, good, you've offered us a couple of tankers extra for moving goods. I'm sure Maersk would go, oh, that's terrible, we won't find them any tasks.
Can we do the same thing with tank transporters and just general heavy lift, do you think?
That is what we do. That is what the point class we're talking about. That's what the point class do. They're the big Roros which we own.
I mean the road vehicle tank transporters.
Not really, because in nicest way, the amount of things, the things that need to move the weight of that are sort of the weight of a tank that need to be moved. Plus, also, it's going to sound strange. Whereas the ships, if they're not being used, they because they live in salt water, they have a life expectancy. Whereas the tank transporters, you can stick them in a air-conditioned, nice warehouse, which is what we have quite a lot of these warehouses, and they can basically be preserved and maintained for years.
You good, Fleet?
Josh H has just explained what the points do, and it works as they're paid for by the MOD. They bought the ships. It's a Maersk crew, and they do CARS-Act while not in MOD use. Yeah.
And to be honest, the MOD can afford what for a private entity would be a cost-prohibitive operating budget or subsidy for said operation, whereas the private sector either can't or won't take that cost on.
Yeah. It would have been a sensible thing. Right then. So, Steve, we've got this from Hell Breaks Loose. Why don't more European air forces acquire anti-radiation missiles, especially the Royal Air Force and the French Air Force? They have anti-radiation missiles.
Yeah, I was going to most air forces globally maintain a stock of at least some weapons in that category. Oh,
Yeah, the Royal Air Force currently has AMRAAM, ASRAAM, Brimstone, Meteor, and Storm Shadow as its cruise missile, as their current missiles. In air surface, they used to have the Maverick, which was also. A lot of their missiles do have a backup radar homing capability, it seems.
And also, that's a capability which, if I had to wager, not being an electronics technician, is probably not that hard to add into a already radar guided missiles seeker head.
That, and it's probably one of those capabilities you don't really want to talk about having too much, because people will learn about it. And if you keep it quiet, then it's just that it's a potential threat rather than a threat you can build against.
One of the interesting things is when I look at the HARM missile, which I'm presuming is what they're basing on off the high-speed anti-radiation missile, that was never listed as being a service with the Royal Navy, with the Royal Air Force or the French Air Force. Although it is certified for both the Eurofighter Typhoon and the F-35.
I thought they had the alarm, didn't they? Or was that a generation before?
But
I mean, the French have a lot of Elan.
Maybe.
The British used to have the British and the French used to have the Martel. And the British then now use the Alarm, the anti-air launched anti-radiation missile, which is the one the British use, which for some reason isn't in the list of the RAF's own list of missiles. Oh, probably because it was officially retired at the end of 2013 and replaced in service. Yeah, I'm fairly certain the reason we don't have one listed is because in 2016 the Meteor comes into service, and I think from memory it might be a backup option on the Meteor, but I'm not 100% sure.
Failing that, even though we may have been the missile bodies, what are the bets we kept the seeker heads from the alarm missiles, because those bits don't necessarily life expire in the same way, and you can just stick them onto something.
Maybe not. But
there's a degree of commonality in the size of a lot of these missiles. And from memory, they're based on AIM-7 Sparrow, which has a commonality with the AMRAAM size, I think. So
yeah, the alarm was, how do I put it, BAE's production. BAE Dynamics built it. And yeah.
Essentially,
the alarm is still in use by the Saudis. It's no longer used by the British.
So we have an excuse for maintaining the capabilities up to modern spec, basically, for on somebody else's dime.
Yeah, and it seems to be myself that it looks like. Yeah, I'm looking at the various options of missiles which are produced by MBDA and BAE, and yeah, I have a strong suspicion that some of the air-to-air missiles have a dual capability, but I wouldn't like to say that 100%.
I mean, it makes sense. It's not the 1980s anymore. The technology for it's been massively miniaturized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the key technology bit is the remembering the location of the radar if it gets shut down because they detect that you've launched your anti-radar missile.
Well, to be fair,
that's
radar.
fairly standard.
Well, to be fair, that's basically has to be included regardless of whether what missile you basically have, regardless, because standard operating practices don't keep your radar on.
Yeah,
Um,
that was the whole point about the first generation and the second generation, and that's Vietnam War era stuff.
You
I-
sweep,
But it,
and then you shut down.
Before Ramel carries on, I would just say Spear 3 is meant to replace it in its service. So that's the one which is long term, meant to replace it in its specialist role. And Harm's. Well, Ramel asked a question: Harm's not as good as Alarm, so the Harm is overrated. No, the Harm is very, very good. There's a reason why Alarm only won in Britain and Saudi Arabia. It did the Harm won in every other competition. They are both quite good systems, but they have slightly different operational capabilities. And yeah.
And I mean, let's not forget, the Ukrainians just said we will strap this Harm missile to Russian aircraft, and we will force it to work through sheer force of will.
Well, that's the thing. So
Kremlin
Harm literally is a radar seeker. So basically, as long as it's tuned to the right radar, it'll go and kill it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's versions of it. I'm not sure which version the Ukrainians have, but they had a version that remembers where the location of the missile was or not. So even if you turn off the missile, the idea was if you turn off the radar, then the missile won't find us, but the missile remembers the position, so it comes in and hits you anyway.
oh,
Good missile.
yeah, so what? It
It's
would have
not
been.
the seek ahead. Sorry.
It would have been the hop over from mechanical to fully digital inertial guidance then. Because you can now get the processing power in a small enough space that your missile can do inertial guidance itself. It doesn't need a separate module to do it for it.
No.
Oh, another night
If
question.
that's what. I
think this is a follow-up to the Fort Victoria one, as if you go back to 1989 with future knowledge, how do you prevent the mess that RFA Fort Victoria's retirement would cause?
There's a really easy way to do it. You could just build out the fleet of Fort Victoria class ships to 4.
Yeah.
You might not get the full 6 that they were asking for, but if you get 4, that basically massively pads out your retirement schedule.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure. I probably use my knowledge, my future knowledge, and my knowledge of history and etc. to position myself to change quite a lot of the, how do I put this, the 1990s approach to defense funding.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and one of the ways you try and weather that storm, if you can't change it completely, is you put chaff in place.
Yeah.
You acquire more capability while the funding's good to chaff off while the funding's bad.
And also, it's going to sound strange. I think what I might do is I might also try and persuade the government that the reserve paradigm matters.
If you can pull that off, that'd be insane.
Basically, the idea is that instead of cutting things completely, you put them into reserve and you increase the reservists, and then you get to both be strong and also save money. And support British workers and also save money.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I'm excited for the next one because I was talking about this in the dry dock and I can float my theories.
Okay, Matt, I'll read the question out then. We'll let you float your theories, and Foxo, get ready.
I can get destroyed.
Matthew Blarins, which concerns around the reliability of certain superpower do you see more nations procuring aircraft carriers LHDs, ignoring the provenance of catapults or Stovall fighters?
Well, LHDs are becoming more commonplace around navies that basically have. Well, you basically just to roll it back, fleet. You have to reveal. You have to give context. Right. So from the beginning, in order to need an LHD or carrier capability, you have to be a nation that puts a premium on the idea of expeditionary capability. If a navy doesn't do that, it's probably not going to procure a carrier or an LHD. That being said, pretty much a lot of the navies that need that capability have a platform in service that can provide it. Where things get interesting is replacement and new procurement. So, personally, I'm watching the Russians closely. They're currently building their pair of LHDs, and they're about 40,000 tons.
They've been building them for
what I'm
quite a while,
interested in-
though, I would like to say.
No, I'm aware. But what it does, the reason that I'm interested is that they're regaining large ship construction experience. It's providing them valuable experience in constructing a large aviation vessel. And with the abandonment, with the announcement that they're moving away from Su-33K to MiG-29K, which was announced recently, and therefore the reduction in size that can bring, it would surprise me. Well, no, I'm not going to say that because that would be giving too much credit. But I would be unsurprised if the Russians, once those two LHDs have cleared the slips, as part of the money they're funneling into their navy recently, finally get working on some form of Stobar asset or a pair of Stobar assets to finally let poor old Kuznetsov die. We've already seen it's possible. The Indians built a 45,000-ton keel-up carrier, which is Stobar, and there's no reason, if the Russians are building a pair of 40,000-ton LHDs, if you stretch an extra 5,000 tons in, and at that scale, you're not talking about that much of an increase in overall size. Heck, if you wanted, you could scale it down to 40,000 tons. It would surprise me, given the way the Russians are viewing the current conflict and the way in which the world is becoming very much more multipolar. A pair of 40 to 45,000 ton Stobar carriers would give the Russians fleet air defense capability and limited strike, which would be very valuable to them, and set them on the road towards becoming a proper carrier power again.
Now,
Fleet, a goal they've had for a while.
Fleet, the problem you have there is you're arguing from a position of rationale and logic. What carrier have the Chinese just launched? Or are they in process of getting?
That Kadabar carrier they're building. Fujian, I think it is.
80,000 tons and nuclear powered.
Mm-hmm. I thought she was conventional.
Uh,
I think they're going nuclear for the next one. But
the next one's going to be the next one's 80,000 nuclear powered. That's the next one. This one's the conventional powered one. So in the nicest way, in any scenario, do you see Putin wanting to get a carrier which isn't as big as Xi Jinping's?
Well, I understand where you're coming from. I don't know if they've got the yard space or the experience.
When has that ever stopped them trying?
I mean, I suppose they could give it a crack. I mean, if they've cut their teeth on these ships with an 8-year build time, considering how much larger they are than anything they've built in the post-Soviet era by a considerable way.
Yeah, 04 is nuclear. Right.
It's not unreasonable that they could do the same thing again and jump up to 60 or 70,000 tons, or maybe 80,000 tons. I'm talking standard, so obviously you'd basically, the Russian Admiralty would give Putin the full load displacement, but the standard would be lower. You get what I'm saying, Alex?
Yeah.
It's kind of, you can have your cake and eat it.
Yeah.
So they could do the same thing again like they have done now. It's possible. They'd probably still be Stobar. You might have a catapult for. They might have a single catapult, mini Ilyanovsk basically. So you might have a single catapult for launching things like carrier onboard delivery and airborne early warning. But your fighters are going to be Stobar, probably. But even then, that's just spitballing. But I do think that, given the fact that the Russians are building sizable ships again now, which is actually a sort of even under sanctions, they're still doing it. I would be very surprised if they didn't procure something to finally let Kuznetsov die.
We can always hope, because I have been saying on things like bilge pumps and all sorts of things, Kuznetsov needs to be allowed to get a dignified end soon before she reaches a very undignified end.
Yeah, honestly, given that she was holding the fort solo, she had a good run.
Yeah. Oh, good run.
But you and I both know that the Russians are not just going to let that capability lapse. There will be some form of, especially now that they've shown, oh yes, we can actually build large warships again. of
The
plus.
thing is, though, is
40,000
if they the sensible thing for them would be if they could get an aircraft which could operate from both their LHDs and then so they don't have 4 decks. But we'll leave that to one side.
Well, they are planning to operate drones off of the
yeah,
LHDs.
but these days that's kind of like that's the thing which they say because it's going to make the papers look so attractive, and everyone else is going, yeah, duh, of course you are.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
fair enough.
nicest way, you say, we're going to operate drones off this, suddenly there's 1,000 newspaper articles on it, and all the people who are actually anything to do with the armed forces have had any
Like
experience
that.
of the current world going, of course you are. Who wouldn't be
Well, yeah.
these days? It's
Well,
kind
yeah,
of
I mean,
obvious.
I was just saying.
You will also be serving food in the mess.
Yes.
I mean, I was just saying in
I-
terms of operations across. It was just saying it in relation to operations across all flight decks. And
Yeah.
fixed wing assets can do that. It wasn't so much that, oh my god, they're doing this. It's more of just, oh, there's a thing
Yeah,
there
but you've
trying
spent a lot of time talking about the Russians, and the fact is the question was slightly broader than that. So to get into why the scenario of it, look, nations historically do look after their own interests first. We've been through a very interesting period for the last 30 years where honestly, and this is one of the troubles, is that there were successive American governments which, whilst they would complain about the rest of the world relying on them, were actively campaigning to ensure the rest of the world did rely on them. Because it was one of their USPs for power and to maintain control. Now there's governments, and it seems to me whatever government comes after this one is going to probably continue a similar path, which wants the rest of the world to be more independent. That's both a good thing for America in that they don't need to pay for everything now, but they probably still need to be the world policeman because someone has to set up to be first amongst equals. Someone always has to do it, and if you don't set up, then someone else does, and that means they have the power. You can't. It's one of those nasty scenarios. If you let someone else take the lead and set up and start running things, then when you go, well, I don't want it to be that way, they tend to turn around to you and go, well, I don't care. That's how I want it, and I'm the one leading it. And you can go, well, I'm big and powerful, but you weren't there. As I often tell people and say, you only get a vote if you turn up. If you don't turn up, you don't get a vote. You don't get a seat at a table if you stay in a different room shouting insults or advice from the down the corridor. No one takes any notice of that person. No one cares about them. You only get a vote if you're at the table. You only get to say something if you're at the table. You only get to be at the table if you show up. So yeah, it's countries are starting to look at these things, but also you have to think about some of the stuff that people talk about. These nations are procuring LHDs. These are programs which have been a decade old. I saw one thing which, it really shows the changing world that the Australians now operate LHDs. And I'm sitting there going, the Australians not only had those LHDs in operation for about a decade, the whole program's about 2.5 decades old. Some of this stuff was coming for a while anyway. The thing is, you can tell the stuff which was procured under the previous 30 years, because it's procured in pairs. Which basically is, we will normally have this capability, and if we don't, well, we can call on America to fill in the gap. The moment you realise, oh, we can't call on someone to fill in the gap, that's when you start looking at 3s and 4s. And that's going to be an interesting thing in the multiplier change. And yes, please, if you're on YouTube, put at Steve Clarke in front of your questions. Steve
Only if Steve has opened questions again.
Steve has open questions. The questions are open, and Steve's put a reminder to people to put the things to him.
It's a bit of a circle back, but it's interesting enough, at least to me, that I'd like to highlight it. Over on Twitch, Defondle, Fort Vic class were designed for a very specific purpose, which was never required. The mix of fuel and dry stores and draught limits meant that they never had sufficient capacity for either. A 90s Fort Vic would have been better as 4 vessels, not a tanker, and less mechanically complex, i.e. no bonkers clutching system with Seawolf mag.
There was lots of interesting things. Remember, they were supposed to be the one-stop shop deployed with the ASW groups, and they had the Seawolf magazine and all these things to defend themselves. That was the idea they were built for. And honestly, I would say if you're looking at designing a modern fleet auxiliary and you're not including some surface-to-air missiles and some close-in weapon systems, then you are not being sensible about the modern warfare and the modern world we're facing. So actually, I would say in some of their ways, the Victorias are ahead of their time. In other ways, though, the thing is they're designed for a force and structure in which the Royal Navy had other supply ships which were pure supply ships, the other Fort class, Fort Granges, and it had lots of tankers. In a scenario where you don't have those things, having your only supply ships be basically actually not fully supply ships, being a mixed bag, doesn't really help.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why we're going for solid store ships to replace them, in that those are pure store ships. Black Horse, Dr. Dan, how do they deal with infectious disease on Navy ships like COVID-19? Dan?
With difficulty. So something as infectious as COVID is really difficult, and that was why one of the ships, one of the cruisers, was basically out of action for the Altmark incident. So because of an outbreak of, I think it was measles or something, or
Yeah.
So yeah, an outbreak of infectious disease can ravage a ship's crew and basically render you out, take you out of action. It doesn't even have to be an infectious disease. You usually get that with the things like the scurvy. When you're taking out the vast proportion of your crew, which is one of the reasons why some age of sail ships would go so heavily crewed. Because of the rates of losses. It's hard. People are living in far too much of a confined space. That's why hygiene has always been such a priority on ships. You can contain lesser things. You have things like, I think New Jersey's got like the wedge toilet for people with, I think mostly actually venereal disease to use in sick bay, and you have things like that. But no, it's true. That's why you have good hygiene. Yeah.
Alright. Next question. Nightingale Run. Was HMS Ocean supposed to fill the role of the retired Central Commando carrier? Broadly speaking, as an LPH, yes. Broadly speaking, some differences, especially in survivability. Castiana. With the various alternate history scenarios where Singapore does not get captured and the poor performance of the US Mark 14, can US subs use British torpedoes in World War II? Could they use the Mark 8?
Tube diameter is the same, but I don't think any of the other characteristics line up.
The thing is, officially no. Unofficially, that's the sort of thing which you go, Chief Petty Officer, we've run out of torpedoes, will those work? And the chief says, leave it with me, sir. Because the diameter's the same, I think they can fit in the same length tube. So it's just going to be a case of, can you put give them right information, can you control them, can you target them properly? And yes, the Americans have quite a good fire control computer for their torpedoes when the torpedo works, but it's a case of it's going to be a case of how do I put this politely? If you ain't got any other choice, you'll figure out a way to make it work.
Or so help me God.
Yeah.
I will.
Basically, it's those scenarios where I have to say that officially no. Unofficially, if that's the only torpedoes I've got access to, and I've got access to those in plenty, and they work, and I know the torpedoes work, and I have to modify my system to use them, I will find a way to modify my system to use them.
What was it? That one US carrier carrier? Oh, the carrier, sorry, carrier. Not carrier. Submarine captain said, either give me torpedoes that work or fit a ram to the front of my sub.
Yeah. So yes, they found a way. Matthew Blerens, have you read recent article by the Royal Air Force calling Air Mobility Command the backbone of carrier strike? And if so, what do you think of it? Look, the RAF will write all sorts of things, and all sorts of things will be written. In terms of moving personnel around the world, it is a very useful asset, especially when we're having to rapidly redeploy personnel on this planet. But I'm not sure I would call Air Mobility Command the backbone of carrier strike. But when you have these articles coming out, it kind of tells you what's proving okay in defense and what in something like the SDSR or perceived as surviving in SDSR, and what's currently in trouble in SDSR. Okay. So basically, if that's that when that article came out, my first view was the RAF High Command are perceiving that Air Mobility Command could be under threat, and that carrier strike is secure. So now you've got to make the case that it's essential to carrier strike to keep the Air Mobility Command. But broadly speaking, the Royal Air Force do not have carrier on-board delivery aircraft. We use helicopters for the role, but they don't have it. So yeah, it's interesting. Black Horse. How important were the Royal Naval RNLI to the evacuation of Dunkirk? They were blooming important. They were a lot of the ships turned up were RNLI. They really did turn up.
Didn't they also function in a quasi-direction role? Keeping channels open, guiding ships in and out.
They were good at organisation. Also, you have to remember you've got a load of personnel. A lot of the people who came in their personal ships were also RNLI members or Yachty members, and they organised in their own groups, and they already had existing relationships, so it's far easier for them to put that together than it is for them to go, okay, we're going to give you a new command structure and appoint new people. So yeah.
Yep.
Let's see different. Is it accurate the Central Harrier carrier conversion could easily have done commando carrier duties if needed? Are we talking about Hermes? Yes, that's what she was actually officially built for.
Didn't they slap the ski jump on her as a, if we're taking Harriers with us for the operation, we can use them?
Yeah, it was literally an afterthought. Robert Dennett, thank you for the super chat. If the Royal Navy decided to fully rebuild implacable class aircraft carriers rather than Victorious, fully redesigned, how much better could they have been in terms of aircraft handling in our own fleet composition?
The thing massively. You've got to bear in mind, yeah, they could have been much better.
Massively, because they've got a double hangar, and you could, if you're going to shrink that down to a single hangar, you could get quite a lot of big thing, especially if you could put an angled flight deck and everything on it, and they're a bigger carrier to begin with. So they are bigger, they've not been used as much, they haven't as much damage, so they'll be cheaper to modernise, and yeah, you get at least 2 of them. And if you get 2 of them and 2 Audacious, that's quite a good set of 4 to see you through into the future years. That's not. It's not the same as getting 4 Maltas, but it's pretty darn good.
Yeah. The caveat on that I would say is that they still will have an upper limit. There still will come a point where you have to go right.
Yeah, but let's be honest.
It'll be later. It'll be later.
It'll be a lot later, because let's be honest, they were barely used in World War II.
Yeah. The fact that we didn't go with them is honestly one of those bizarre decisions.
The idea was we'd test everything out on Victorious, and then we'd be able to do a better job on the newer carriers. And then we spent so much money trying to get Victorious done, which we knew was the least viable of the viable options to modernise. That we didn't have the money to do the rest. We did it completely the most stupid thing possible. We should have gone, which are the best options, we'll do them, and the rest will just run into the ground while we're getting them done. Robert Dennett, quick idea, what about a World War II era Iowa Alaska getting an Albany class rebuild, and then late 80s NTU full rebuild? I imagine an Iowa-sized Albany. That's a lot. That's a lot of missiles. Yeah, that is a lot of missiles.
It's going to be the Alaskas that get it, because the Iowas the Iowas guns are, at the time the Albany class are going through conversion, the Iowas are still seen as, and the battleships in the US inventory generally are still seen have value for their role as surface assets with guns. the Alaskas don't really have a role. So if it's going to be either of those two assets, it's going to be the Alaskas. At which point, congratulations. I can see that ship carrying at least 2 full sets of Talos and Terrier, which basically means congratulations, Sverdlov. You are the lucky recipient of 4 telegraph poles to the face. I hope you enjoy that. No, they don't have nuclear warheads. We didn't think we'd need them.
Well, firing something that weighs about as much as a bus, it probably doesn't need it. And answer the Knight's question that the Implacables would fall victim to the same thing that killed the Victorious, the ever-increasing size of jet aircraft. Broadly speaking, probably, but also you have to remember they're a double-height hangar.
Yeah, I mean,
which I said at the beginning, which if necessary, if you want, which Victorious didn't have. Victorious had a single hangar. A single hangar deck. They have double hangar. So you could make it into a single larger hangar deck. Which I did sort of start off as one of the points.
It kicks the can down the road, basically.
Yeah.
Your end point is later. It's still coming, but your end point is later.
Yes, and that means also it's going to sound strange if your end point's later and if they're useful, and if you've got 4 useful assets, then there's a case that are all 4 useful assets that are much the same and use much the same air group. It provides reason to keep it going for longer because it's more viable as options, and it means it's giving you more options in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Clarke, a question from Steve himself. Well, that's good. He chucked a question himself. In your recent Patron wind-up Drac post, you're examining a piece of armor plate from HMS Warspite. Where on the ship was armor that thick? There's a few places where the armor was that thick. So I'm not quite sure. I'm still working on it. I have taken some measurements, and we are slowly working on it. But we do know there was armor of that approximate thickness. And yes,
we'll stick it in between it, and I'll twist the thing until it goes click click click, and then we'll figure out how thick it is.
Basically, there is in one of the car parks I use to go to a very nice place where I go and buy quite a lot of tools and parts at the moment because it's local to me. And basically, there are 3 of these shops in quite close proximity. There's a place called Warriors, there's a place called Max Salvia's, and there's Screwfix, all quite close to each other, so I tend to wander between them. In one of them, they have a car park which has a load of naval, maritime and naval stuff. Basically wreckage from around the Cornish coast, I've decided, and things which used to be used. And one of them is a giant lump, as I did a video of it in my Patreon, of metal, which isn't labelled, and no one's quite sure about it, but the only ship which would fit, in terms of metal that thickness, and broadly speaking, that age, so that competition making that noise, would be a certain Queen Elizabeth class battleship we decided to run aground in Cornwall, rather than, because she decided she wanted to end her life at Cornwall rather than go to the Breakers Yards. And I regularly torment my colleague Drakenafel with videos of this whenever I go there. And so I put one of the videos up on Patreon.
It isn't just Drac that you torture with those.
Yes, I know, I torment you as well. The whole ship-shape crew gets tormented with them.
Luckily, I am the one person who is immune from this torment.
At the moment, once the Japan group is set up, then you will no longer be immune.
Well, no, I'm immune anyway. I'm not that interested.
Next time you come up, Alex, I want you to bring it up with you to share with the rest of the group.
It's friggin' heavy. I don't think I can get it in my luggage on the train.
Dr. Clarke, I just had a very concerning thought. We often joke about how Warspite gets reincarnated into this ship or that ship or what have you. Are we sure Warspite didn't get reincarnated as potentially your mom? By some means?
Mum was
I'm
born.
noticing certain similarities here.
Mum was born before Warspite left us, but there are other options.
Do you think that would stop Warspite's indomitable spirit?
No, but I don't think Warspite's Indomitable Spirit will necessarily win against my mum's Indomitable Spirit. Question 2 from Steve.
Had Warspite been commissioned, though?
Yes, not decommissioned by the time. My mum. I'm not going to give her age exactly away on the line, but let's put it this way: she was born a couple of years. She was already on the world, breathing, had been breathing, and possibly was probably even walking by the point at which Warspite is decommissioned. Question 2 from Steve. If the Royal Navy ever decide to restart production of diesel boats for training and coastal defence purposes, what features should we expect to see in the design based on, say, tech available from the late 1990s? Well, I'm sorry to say they won't be crewed diesel boats. If they are,
No.
if they are, and they already are in production, they're uncrewed. UVs, as we call them, uncrewed undersea vessels, and the Royal Navy's already well down the line of them. What features should we expect to see? They're going to be interesting. They are going to start out as deployable assets, which can do, broadly speaking, coast defense and task group operation, and eventually they're going to be, once we get the AUKUS class submarines, which are basically being designed and operating with them in the service, they are going to be a very interesting turn. They're basically going to turn a submarine into a task group. Kind of like I was discussing with. This is where some of the people were interesting in their responses and discussions about me talking about the 21st century battleship. The amount of people, A, who thought I should be talking about a crew in the thousands because of damage control, and therefore I didn't understand what I was saying. There was one person who famously started off with, well, the trouble is he's book smart. And I went, you've never met me in my entire life. You have no idea what I do, my dear boy. Yes, and then you go and go, well, actually, a modern battleship would need a crew of 2,500. And I looked and went, no, you don't understand about modern systems at all. You have no idea what these ships will need, so I'm not taking any of this at you. But leaving that to one side. There were a couple of comments which started off with the book smart thing. I think it's because people perceive academic as being automatically being book smart, and I go, that's fair. Some of my colleagues, yes, but there again, I'm the one who's rebuilding basically rebuilding my own house. So I would like to add in I have a fair dose of street smarts as well to add on to my book smarts.
I would also point out the fact that we've gotten into a world where being book smart is now seen as a bad thing.
Yeah, don't get me started.
Tragic.
Yeah, but getting back to it, the reason I was talking about the battleship being a task group, basically being a task group with lots of uncrewed assets around it, extending its perimeter, etc., is because that's the plan for future submarines. And if they can get it to work for future submarines, they can get it to work for battleships. Richard Gross, new member, thank you for joining.
Quick question on it.
Yeah.
Will it, despite being uncrewed, will it still be wet to taunt the Americans?
Oh, I'm sure they'll find a way to stick some whiskey in it.
I would be quite certain that for what will likely be a limited amount of human accessible spaces, which will likely include a small break area just to sit down, use the head, maybe eat a snack or something. They will permit alcohol to be consumed there as part of a daily ration. Just to tweak off the USN, because that's what the Royal Navy does.
Alvaro, book smart because of all the shameless book plugs. Yeah. Possibly. But there again, let's be honest, that's very unbookish of me to be so shamelessly plugging my books. Richard Gross, new member, thank you for joining. You have mentioned before that there are MOD warehouses which have been closed since World War II. What would the panel's dream finds be?
6 weeks paid leave in this week's lottery numbers?
In a Royal Navy warehouse sealed since World War II? I'd like
the 17th Royal Navy tribal class.
I think if I was going to find anything, I would like to find some 15-inch guns, some more 15-inch gun barrels in working condition, and maybe mounted already to a turret with guns and everything, so I can have a good look around a proper turret mechanism. I'd love a load of 40mm barrels, because they might be useful. But honestly,
3,000.
there are some other things in terms of aircraft I wouldn't mind finding. There are aircraft which we have there are aircraft types we have lost, which would be useful.
There will be crated fairy swordfish.
Yeah, there's probably going to be crated fairy swordfish in there, but that's not a bad thing to find.
Well, no, but it's also an inevitable thing to find.
I'd like to find a crated sea gladiator at all possible.
Hmm.
Or a fulmar.
Okay, that reminds me. Is there any of the fairy swordfishes that had the metal lower wings still around? The ones that could
Yes.
fire off RP3s?
Yes.
I've seen the
there's
all
one
canvas
at
ones.
Duxford.
Hmm?
I think there's one at Duxford, which
Yeah.
has also got the radar in the belly.
Okay, because I thought that still had the 2 sets of canvas wings, not the.
It's just got it's only metal. I think on the underside, it's not that the whole wing is metal.
No.
It's just that it's just kind of tin plated.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've seen pictures of the swordfish that have the full metal wings at the bottom and then the full canvas wings at the top, and it's just, do any of those survive?
I think there is one in
I'm-
Canada. I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
I do have to jump in with this one. Robert Dennett has just proposed that these UUVs would have an external torpedo juice tap. Given that most torpedoes nowadays are battery electric, I don't think you want to drink that torpedo juice, mate.
I don't
Granted,
know.
you never want to drink torpedo juice.
There
but
again, to be fair, considering what it did to Drac when he drank it, it would probably still count as a weapon of war. It incapacitates the enemy if they drink it.
I know something I would.
Okay,
No,
but
right.
Drac
Honestly-
almost hospitalized himself doing battle damage to plastic models. He is not meant to be a representative sample of.
And
humans.
yet, still to this day, he and I would agree that the time he has risked his health most was when he drank torpedo juice.
He needs to stop risking
All the
his
time
health.
he drank.
Look,
All the time he
There,
drank.
there is a reason I do not do food and drink challenges on this channel and when discussing the historical stuff. There is a reason. I have seen what it's done to Drac, and I go, it is not worth it. It might, yes, get me some extra funding for my research, but honestly, I prefer to wait longer and take longer to do it than do the health damage that gets involved. He considers it great historical service. I consider it a great way to try and kill yourself.
honestly, politely, Drac needs to stop trying to clobber himself with food, because if he clobbers himself, he's gonna miss out on the chance to clobber me. We can't have that, because that will be good times for everybody.
Dan and me are looking forward to watching that. We will, of course, be there with video cameras.
Yep, that's gonna draw a lot of people to my channel. Who's this bloke who got 7 bells knocked out of him by Drac?
Yeah, the trouble is that Drax already said, well, you and I have fought with swords before, Alex, so I also have to go around against you. And I went, okay, that's fine. But I get a sword of I get a sword of the same quality, and I'm allowed to hit back.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's have to stand there and take it.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Drac. So according, I like this Defondo guy. He's coming up with great things.
Yes, he is. Hello, Defondo.
Apparently, Drac sounds like he's in an episode of Black Mirror.
Yes.
That's fairly common.
Yeah. We love him.
I think Drac may be an episode of Black Mirror at times.
I've never asked Dan this, but what was the most scary thing you learnt on the first trip away about me and Drac on the first trip away in Canada? Because you had that must have been a baptism by fire, spending like 3 weeks with us in Canada.
You think worryingly alike, and you will both work yourselves to the point of absolute utter exhaustion without the faintest fragment of insight. whatsoever
Okay,
in any way, shape, or
Dan,
form.
Dan, I am sorry to say this, but I've heard enough stories about you that you are throwing stones in a glass house.
Oh yeah, totally.
You're not
Okay,
throwing
I'm a
you
stones
admit
doctor.
it.
in a
Carry on.
glass
I'm a
house.
doctor. Do as I say, not as I do.
Okay, you
That ain't
are
how.
aware. Throw away.
Mm. Okay,
Right.
so we answered that one. And Knights of Gaelic, if the RAF had kept, if the RAF and Fleet Air Arm, because remember the Fleet Air Arm also had Harriers at the time, had kept both Harrier and Tornado, wouldn't it have made things better for the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force in the long run? If the money had been found to keep both fleets, yes, it would have made things better in the long run. It would have made things better in the long run. It also might have meant that we were procuring to replace both fleets properly, which means we might have procured more of whatever F-35 we decided we were procuring, which would have helped us right about now. But you know, that's life. Dr. Dan is on a train, yes.
I thought he got off the train.
I thought he got off the train to get on another train. Ramal, do you think the Redoubtable class SSBN is better than all the 41 for Freedom SSBN Resolution class, or possibly better than the later higher class?
I mean, when you're talking about ballistic missile submarines, for a given value of better, it's basically how well can you hide and how many tubes. Well, even then, it's not even really how many tubes do you have, because at that point it comes down to what your doctrine for nuclear use is, and what you're expecting those atomic weapons to do, which varies from country to country. SSBNs are one of those rare categories where it's not so much a case of better or worse. You have to examine the platform when it was built, for what nation, and then look at, do you perform the role you are expected to do? If answer is yes, you're a good SSBN.
I would say, when I tend to argue about them being better, I tend to say the French planned and built 6. The Resolution class, the British planned 5 and built 4.
Mm-hmm.
The French, the French succeed in the Triumphant class, which are based on 4 as well. And 4 is the minimum, but I still think it would be better to have 6 or 8 and have them with the SSGN inserts in the SSBN tubes, so they can use cruise missiles instead and be mounted as SSGNs rather than SSBNs, because I think, whilst I can understand that you can go 4 hulls will guarantee 1 at sea, I think in the changing world we are in, and always have been in, I think it's been sensible to have slightly more. Yeah. And YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I know you've been waiting for us to get to your question. Thank you for putting us in, and thank you for your first time watching Bruships live. It's great to have you here, and it's always great to have all people.
He's an excellent watcher. He
Yeah.
is a true. He is a ramblings enjoyer.
Yes. And they are another reason why we will, of course, be doing the whole ship-shaped Minecraft server at some point.
10,000 Great British pounds. I'll run it for a year.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I take cash check or charge.
Don't worry. Me and Garius have lots of plans for this.
You can have as many plans as you want, but I've stated my price, and I don't work for free.
I know.
Yep.
What is your thoughts on the RN Roma in design, and how would it have done if it mysteriously appeared in the Royal Navy or American Navy? Say they can get parts and ammo. The Roma, well, she's a good ship.
She's the last of the Littorios to come into service, isn't she?
She's a good ship.
I mean, and those 15-inch guns are nasty bits of kit.
Yeah. Basically, in a nicest way, I'm fairly certain if the Royal Navy or the American US Navy had found themselves, in possession of the Roma in 1942 when she was commissioned, and it had been given to them in June 1942, I'm fairly certain neither of them would have gone, you know what, I'm so disappointed. I'm so upset.
Happy noises. Another 30-knot capital ship. Fantastic. Yeah. Marvellous. Let's point it at things.
Yes, it's got 30 knots. It's got 9 15-inch guns. It's got 12 6-inch guns. It's got, all these other systems. It's got fairly decent belt armor. It's got Yarrow-style boilers.
We can fix the secondaries.
In a nice way, it has got 8 Yarrow-style boilers, which means that that they could
Alex?
maintain it. Yeah.
Oh, we lost you for. I lost you for a second there. I don't know if it's my internet or yours, but could be mine.
Yeah.
That's a you
You
problem.
gapped out for me. Well,
Okay. We have, 8. It's got all these different things in it. It's got 8 Yarrow boilers in it. We can do this.
And
We can do this.
And whatever the problems, and whatever the reason behind the inaccuracy of the main guns at times, I don't doubt the Royal Navy or American Navy will solve that in fairly short order.
No.
I will not comment on what the reason is, because I'm aware there's a little bit of there's still vigorous discussion that goes on about what it is.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, I don't doubt that the RN or USM will solve that problem.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Just give them to Willis Lee and let him fix them.
honestly, yeah, give it to Lee. I mean, the Americans will be happy because the 15-inch guns and the shells on the Littorios are, well, they're basically one of very few weapons that all of Yamato is not proof against, even her turret faces.
Also, think about what's happening in 1942. This is when they're having to take them into Guadalcanal. They've only got Washington and North Carolina, basically. So you're giving them and South Dakota. So you're giving them another capital ship at a point when they don't have.
No. Oh no, she won't be there. 30 knots. She's with the carriers. The 28 knot capital ships will be going and doing the slugging. If Littorio is with the USN, 30 knots, she's stonking around with the carriers.
She'll be a fuel hog for them. That's what you think.
Jonathan Moon, my price has not changed at all. I said 5 to 10K for 1 year of operation. I love how everybody keeps trying to gaslight me into thinking that I've changed the price. You could possibly make the,
I thought it was just constant.
You could possibly make the argument that I went from a ticket out to 5 to 10K, but the problem is for me to move is going to cost me 5 to 10K. So it really hasn't changed, just the phrasing of it.
Yep.
We could try and locate you in Nottingham, which is the home of Games Workshop and source of plastic crack, which would be like sending a junkie to, I don't know, Colombia.
Okay, Dan, I have already worked at one job where all of my paycheck went directly back into my employer's pocket. There's a reason I wear so much 511. I do not need a second job of that nature.
Yep. Take this from a man who, well, I'm not talking about me here, not her. I'm not talking about me. Take this from somebody who has done something similar. It's never good for your bank balance.
You guys have bank balances?
Actually, no. Games Workshop actually places a limit on how much you're allowed to spend of your paycheck.
I
yes,
try.
but how will they know? How will they know how much of my paycheck comes back when it goes on my credit card?
Yeah. Okay. Next question. Has Dr. Clarke watched the Minecraft movie? And it applies to everyone. Yes, I not only went to it, I took my mum to it to test out her new wheelchair. She enjoyed it. She found it very informative, and it has instructed her latest building project with my aunt. And apparently they are practicing it and are planning on potentially joining the server if it should be set up.
I have not seen the Minecraft movie.
I would.
So.
Yeah, good luck. Jack Black was good in it, but it was the kind of role which Jack Black is going to be good in. It was kind of School of Rock, but set in a Minecraft world, if that makes sense.
Don't see many movies. Don't really have any intention of seeing this one, just from the basis of I don't see very many movies.
In Morrison, are there any procurement options that will have to change with American withdrawals. The Americans haven't started withdrawing yet. But honestly, procurement options, most of the things that need to be done is we need to start actually building up the numbers of stuff. There's been a lot of procurement of equipment based on the idea that if there was a circumstance where we didn't have it available, the Americans would backstop us. And that's going to be a case of, no, we have to backstop ourselves. So as I've said already, you start, instead of procuring pairs of things, you start looking at 3s and 4s. Depending on how vital. You start looking at multiples of 3s and 4s. Okay?
Also, don't forget, transatlantic tech cooperation works both ways. If they choose to hit us with a sledgehammer of withdrawing all their support, we can do just the same thing to them. So it's not just America giveth and America taketh away. The transatlantic tech cooperation goes both ways.
Knight 6831, not only do I already know that Gargura is leaving Hololive, in the nicest way, I think my mom's been running a support group for people, for chumbuds, as they're apparently called, for the last few days. So, in the nicest way, I've known this for a while.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But I just say, as a Carcharodons fan, this is incredibly painful.
What?
This is a disappointing day.
Our
for the
chapter
Carcharodon
has
fans.
lost their greatest relic.
Look, all I will say about Gargura is that I am personally, as my mum says, I'm not. You're not. She turned around to me and said, "You're not surprised by this news." I said, "No," because the moment Ame left, who was her friend, I thought it was about a matter of time before she left. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes independent, because I'll say that to the people listening. And I wouldn't be surprised if you get a very interesting stream between her old account and Doobie 3D very shortly, because they were always a pair which hung around together and went around together. And I even have a theory as to who the next one of the group would leave, but that's because, as you all know, my mum is an ardent fan of VTubers, and therefore I also follow it as well.
There was just a thing I saw that Happy has left Task and Purpose and set up an alternative. He did a video about what's been going on and things. It was reasonably positive. It's not, it's not damning the company and things. It's just,
different visions.
Moving on in life. Yeah, basically.
Colin Cameron, if the upgrades to Royal Navy infrastructure that were cancelled during World War I had went ahead post-war, would you have seen a lot of battleship tonnage in the treaties? Probably not in the treaties, but you'd have been amazed at what could have been rapidly built and what could have been done in the run up to World War II.
Yeah, it's not so much. Yeah,
because let's be honest, if the infrastructure had been fixed, then the easiest solution to do with the King George V, when you see the size they are, when you consider them, would have been to actually extend them and add in a 4th quad turret and turn them into 16, 14-inch gun battleships. Because you could have done that. Lord help the world if the King George V had gone through that change. Because if the infrastructure had been extended, that would be the viable option. And then, well, I think both me and Fleet would agree that 16, 14-inch guns would mean that even the people who try and argue that the Bismarcks are better than the King George V would at that point even have to concede defeat.
Oh yeah, and honestly, the 14-inch gun as a weapon, as was proven during the war, it was perfectly capable of slapping a superior armored ship in the face with a sledgehammer.
And have 16 of them, and suddenly it's a case of,
you're full of holes now.
That's a problem. It's a machine gun battleship.
The phrase "more Dakar" springs to mind.
The funniest thing about that is that the King George V would be one of the only battleships ever built that could fire half salvos and just go, oh, okay, we're doing, a half salvo. We can just direct half our gun battery and, whatever target we're engaging and still fire more shells.
They'd be able to quarter salvos. I mean, they'd be able to range on.
Oh, no, that ain't what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is they can just direct half their battery at one thing and half their battery at another thing and go, parry this, you casual.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be an Italian heavy cruiser coming up against one of them.
No.
Put it that way.
And also, aircraft carrier construction, again, the Implacables would have been bigger, would probably be multi-sized, but also the whole infrastructure stuff, if you built it, would have had a big impact on not just in the UK, but around the Empire as well, with facilities around the Empire. You'd have had far more facilities to go and refurbish HMS Hood, etc. And you might have actually seen more Royal Navy battleships get upgrades and modernizations as the 20s and 30s go on, because there'd have been more facilities for them to go and do so, and it would have been spread around the Empire, and you'd want to be spreading around the Empire to make use of the facilities you've just invested in.
Yeah, because you'd have invested in. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
You'd have been building up across the dominions. It wouldn't just have been in Britain.
Yeah.
You'd have been getting the bigger docks. So suddenly, lots of things change, and you might even that might even be a reason to get the F3s, because suddenly you're going to be able to dock them in a lot more places as a long ship.
Yeah.
Because one of the problems you had was that things like Hood could only go into a handful of places.
Yeah,
And
but the F3s are not that much longer than the Nelrods, so realistically, they're not that much more limited in comparison. The next question is: Hell breaks loose. In hypothetical war with NATO, do you think the Russians would keep their warships in the Baltic, or would they get them to the Northern Fleet before they start off the hostilities? I think current Forster, they try to get them to the Northern Fleet, because that's the safest place, but it's going to be getting them out is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah. The problem they've got is that if they start moving them, that's a clear giveaway, because everybody knows that in a hot war, the Baltic Fleet's survival is measured in hours.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you move them, A, you lose that peacetime presence mission they do when they're there, and B, it's kind of a dead giveaway.
Mm. And
telegraphing out nowhere too.
Yeah, and also, can I add the words? Walter Brothers has just reminded us it's happy birthday to Mr. Sulu. George Takei turns 88 today. Happy birthday, Mr. Sulu.
He's still knocking around.
Yeah.
Sorry, pardon my French.
It definitely is French on this channel.
I was so overwhelmed with joy at the fact that he's still kicking around.
Yeah, he still does actually quite a fair bit of stuff as well.
Nice.
Yeah. Who can never forget his acting in Red Alert 3?
Oh,
no matter how hard we try.
He brought the entirely, every actor in Red Alert 3 knew, even Red Alert 2 as well, Red Alert 2 and 3's cast, they knew exactly what they were in for, and they brought the entirely correct amount of Han.
He also has a fairly active Blue Sky, too.
All right.
Yeah, he used to be incredibly active on Twitter, now does Blue Sky.
Yeah. Paul Amos, this is from Staff Thompson. Other than large caliber guns, what naval technology weapon system should make a comeback in the up and coming builds? Lots of guns. Basically, the thing you're going to see probably is a lot more guns added onto them, because it's cheap, it's viable, and it works against. It gives you options for reloading, rearming, and honestly, there is a scenario where you have to look at going, well, is this the best weapon for engaging this target? No. But is this a weapon I can guarantee to resupply? Yes. So if I run out of the best weapon, if I have some of these on this ship, then if I run out of best weapons, then I still have this. And the trouble is, the answer does often mean, well, if you cut, you need to have more. You need to have the best weapon. And you go, well, yes, I want to have the best weapon, and I will have space for that, and I will have them. But if I run out of them, I cannot resupply those easily where I am. But I can keep this going. And whilst it's a 70% solution rather than a 100% solution, it's better than a 0% solution. It is.
On which note, what I would like to reintroduce are ram bows, because some of those Chinese fishing boats are getting mighty frisky, and I'd like to frisk back.
The problem is you really don't want a ram bow for that, because then you might actually sink them, and the whole point is to not sink them.
No, what you want is an icebreaker bow, which means you can bash them out of the way.
Yeah, but what I would say is that...
Sorry, Fleet.
Thank you. What I would say is you're basically looking at everyone, looking at the Italians and going, you know what, they've had the right idea the whole time. We're going to keep basically building the ships we've been building, but we're also going to have a pair of 3-inch guns, and we're going to put a 40mm over the hangar.
Well, I think also what you're going to see is it's going to be a case of they're going. I wouldn't be surprised if it carries on and keeps going for at least the next couple of decades. You're looking more at a case of them having 3-inch guns and 3 close-in weapon systems, or 3 40mm, so that they have they have them in positions so they can cover each other. Because the trouble with having the two guns, it's good. It gives you one either side, but you don't have backup. Whereas if you have three, one at the stern and one either side at the front, then if one goes down, the other two can pretty much still cover their area. You know what I mean? And if you interplay that with three 40mm, and you have, let's say, two, one either side at the stern or the hangar and one forward between the two 76mm, and then suddenly you have the same thing, and suddenly they mutually support and cover for each other, and you're going, okay, so if one of these goes down due to maintenance issues, I've still got 5 which can cover. If 2 go down, I've still got 4. And, as long as as long as I'm pretty much covered under that scenario, I've got the coverage, and I've got the reliability wherever I am, and that's the thing that you've been missing for about the last 30 years, I would argue, in terms of naval construction. You've lost a lot of the what I would call redundancy in construction.
So essentially, we are channeling the U.S. Navy circa about 1947.
And the Royal Navy circa 1941, basically.
Well, it's more the actual calibers, because that was the point when the US were going, there is a space here which doesn't have a 40mm or a 3-inch gun on it.
Yeah.
Why is this abomination in front of my eyes?
Yes, well, also, at the same time, it's a sort of tight glass. But basically, that's because the 3-inch and the 40mm are good good price points for what they offer in terms of their positioning. So that's why I'm saying it. To be honest, the 57mm, the 6-pounder is a lovely weapon, but honestly, I don't think it offers a value against enough value to make it justifiable in a world where you have the 3-inch and the 4-inch, a 3-inch and the 40mm. I would say I would not be going down a 57mm. It's the one gun on the Type 31s I honestly object to. I prefer to have a 76mm.
A 3-inch mount?
Huh?
How easily can you swap in a 3-inch mount?
Have a chat with Otto Malera.
Right. Yeah. Or Bofors?
Mm-hmm.
Do Bofors do those?
Bofors do 40mm at the moment, but they might do a 3-inch gun at the moment. Who knows? Colin Cameron, if Britannia had been used in a hospital ship role during the Falklands or First Gulf War, would she have been effective, or was she obsolete by that point? She would have been quite effective. Basically, her hospital ship role was as a transition ship, and as a vessel to get casualties out of area. She's a casualty evacuation ship more than a full-on hospital ship. So she would do. She had the facilities aboard, was assigned some facilities for basically keeping people alive till you could get them to somewhere else where they could undergo a major surgery.
Roll 2 of
flight. Yeah, pretty much. Rather than roll 1.
Or roll 3.
Yeah, I think it goes down, doesn't it? Doesn't it roll 1, roll 2,
no.
roll 3? Does it go up?
No, roll 3 is field hospital. So that's what Bastion was.
Yeah.
That was roll 3 or roll 3 plus.
Yeah.
Roll 1 is the field ambulance. Roll 2 is a kind of forward surgical team, forward stabilization resuscitation team.
Yeah.
It's kind of
basically when we're talking about hospital ships, it's really roll 2 plus in many ways, because they are a mobile ward.
Yeah, they're a ward, but they're not set up to do the definitive surgery.
No.
It's the problem is that the whole model has been clashed by the counterinsurgency warfare and the ability to medevac people out properly, really very quickly, so you've not needed to have that sort of thing. Even if, just the isolation of the Falklands War, you'd end up needing to do this kind of thing again, of having the intermediary level, because you just can't fly people straight out from the war zone to a home hospital setup. But on the other hand, it wouldn't be too hard a capability to build up, unlike the roll 1 and the roll 3, which are harder.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem that we haven't really been doing it. It's just a thing because we've not needed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right.
Sorry, I've arrived
No worries.
home.
You've got home. Hallelujah. That's been a long journey for you, because we've been talking for 2.5 hours and you've just made it home.
Yeah, that's because I went from my parents' place to go and feed a small, needy guinea pig in southeast London before then heading home to southwest London from my parents in northwest London.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. But, the guinea pig had managed to knock over her water bowl, and she's getting elderly.
Yeah.
So she needs proper love and attention. As her mummy's away.
Yeah. Defondle, Argus is an enigma because the Royal Navy specifically do not brand her a hospital ship, because then she doesn't have to turn on a transponder and reveal her position and act as a hospital ship under the rules of war. So
she's a forward casualty receiving ship.
Yes, Argus is Argus is as close to facilities as you'd find at Bastion, would have found at Bastion on a ship, as is possible, while still being technically very much, as far as the Royal Navy is concerned, not a hospital ship.
No, from an international classification point of view, she is not a hospital ship.
No.
She remains. Is she technically a warship because she's a she's a warfleet auxiliary technically, so she's an auxiliary, but she's potentially armed. It's really.
It's a scenario which is is definitively kept obscure. And for those joining now, because I noticed we suddenly jumped up in numbers, the reason we're doing Bruships like this tonight rather than with the normal of us talking and you seeing face and us talking to each other normally is that I'm running this off the laptop, and the laptop, when I tried to put the streamer bot on it, decided to die, and B, it just doesn't have the memory to deal with all this, so I really need to fix that PC, and I thank you to everyone I've been receiving lots of beeps about donations coming in, both on the chat, some people sending money directly to PayPal, some doing Ko-fi. Thank you to all of you. That money is greatly appreciated. That will be going straight to the computer fund, and the sooner I can get the computer parts ordered, I will, and I will get them into the computer and the computer built. The funnel, I'll clarify that. She's a role 2, but can't be called that because she is dual role RFA. Yes, and technically she's got some bits in her which make her a 2+. So as I said, she's as close to a role 3 as it can be made, without her being called a hospital ship. So she's technically a role 2, but she has some interesting facilities.
It's also a question of what facilities you put on board her and have activated, or whether you do things like put a squadron of Royal Marines on board instead, which technically aren't an offensive weapon, but yeah, not quite sure why they're not technically an offensive weapon. They're fairly offensive normally.
Right, I'm just going to quickly deal with something in the chat. Ex-Submariner. We try and, whilst we do, because we do deal with modern questions on this channel, in this, especially in Bruships, we try and keep it as, how do I put it? Somehow, in the case of, it's more how do I put this? A plague on all houses approach to politics than a specific singling anyone out individually, because frankly we don't want to get into trouble with all the people making complaints and the YouTube complaint system, and frankly I don't have I don't have the energy, the time, or the inclination to spend my life arguing with that. I really don't.
And I think it would be fair to say that amongst both this group and the Shipshape crew, we cover the full spectrum of
yes, we do.
Political thoughts, both in terms of the political parties and the very much a plague on all your houses. I've worked in local government.
Yes.
Sense.
It's a case of, how do I put this? We are a living body, living group which embodies the belief that we care more about the character of the person and how much fun we have chatting with them than what their political views are as to whether or not we're friends with them. Short of anyone actively advocating we should go and commit genocide, at which point we will probably disown that person. But that's our policy, and that's how we keep to it. I suppose it depends.
Genocide.
Or attacking people based on their innate characteristics.
Yeah, frankly, in nice way, there's enough people we want to kill for their individual characteristics that we would, like to, well, probably do sort of mild damage to for their individual characteristics. And when I say kill there, I mean in a allegorical sense.
I'm pretty sure my foreman wanted to kill me, but it had nothing to do with the fact that the factory swapped the hardware and the firmware.
Yeah, that's the thing. We tend to care more about individuals than we do about group grudges. Knight 6831. Am I right to say that the Collins class needed to be replaced? As I find it so infuriating that people are demanding their replacements be canned. Yeah, they do need to be replaced. They need to be replaced years ago. And there are lots of people saying lots of stupid stuff. And Steve Clarke has said questions are now closed. Drakenred in YouTube again. I don't think they're closed in Twitch because I think Runon is basically just there's only a few, there's only about 10 people watching Twitch at the moment. So I think
also,
yeah,
Twitch has been very, very quiet today
in
terms of questions.
And with that, Edgar Ramuson has just literally asked a question at literally 44 seconds past the time at which Steve Clarke was closing questions. So I think, Steve, do me a favour, be kind to poor Edgar.
I'll
get him in. Okay. Drakenred, if they had bugs out of the if they got the bugs out of the T-17, prototype 60 cal machine gun developed from the German 50mm aircraft gun, would have been lasted in the early jets or would have been replaced? It would probably have been replaced eventually, but it could have lasted for a little while. But basically, I think the 20mm offers too much advantages. Again, it's the square cube law. It's getting bigger. It gets better. Matthew Blairens, given the Admiralty showed interest in helicopter...
Listen, good things can come in small packages, okay?
We all know girls just tell that to us to, make us feel better.
I wasn't trying to make you feel better.
Are we talking about the? Oh, we're on the.
We're on the AEW one. Seeing as that joke just went completely across Fleet's head, and Foxo has gone completely silent because she's laughing away so much.
You couldn't hear me because I was had my mic muted, coughing up a lung.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, in regards to the helicopter AEW since 1948, but why did it not come out after the Falklands? Simple. Before the Falklands, and well, just up to before the Falklands, they had these things called Canavar aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
And they had this wonderful thing called the Fairleigh Gannet AW, which, even though it's Fairleigh Gannet AW, it's still better than any form of helicopter AEW they can come up with.
Mm-hmm.
When you can no longer operate fixed wing AEW, you kind of have to go with the helicopter AEW because you have no other choice.
Fleet, are you telling me that even national governments have to bow down to the laws of practicality?
Yep. Well, yes, they do, and no, they don't.
What's a lot of the offense AW done by land-based aircraft, though?
It was.
Remember, you've got stuff like the Shackleton conversions and the various
the
airliner conversions.
There was certainly an argument made by some people that because they'd always been operating within the NATO sphere operations, they'd always have land-based AEW cover and land-based air defense cover as well. And it's very quickly found out they wouldn't. Sada Canero, the worst your mum joke ever. Well, I'm only going to allow one answer to this, and it's going to come from me. And the joke I heard was from my mum, who, when I was younger at a particularly interesting school sports day, one woman turned around to her because my mum was sorting something out and said, "Don't you know who my husband is?" My mum said, "Well, I'm guessing your children don't know who their father is from that question."
Oh.
Yeah. Ouch. Yes, that woman decided to match words with my mother, and let me put it this way: one woman left there crying 10 minutes later. One woman did not. One woman. Yeah, I love my mom, but she's the nicest person in the world. But at the time, she was doing first aid care, and she was running the first aid tent. And she had denied the woman the cold compress because she was using it instead to treat her child who had injured themselves. And yes, my mum was not very happy with her. It was very short and sharp, and possibly permanently life scarring. Alex Kane, during the Second World War, Queen Mary allegedly came close to capsizing due to rogue wave in North Atlantic. What would the political, hushed like RMS Lancashire and military fallout have been if lost? Massive! Absolutely massive. If you lose the Queen Mary, you lose a very vital asset. There are several allegations about this. The interesting thing is the crew records I have talked to and the family of crew I've met with Queen Mary, none of them remember there being a point at which they ever got that close to a rogue wave which could have capsized them. But they did alter course on occasion, so there was a lot of planning going into how to put this, the weather in front and the weather around them, and a lot of weather reports heading towards Queen Mary to make sure she was as fast as possible. But the trouble is they also altered course sometimes based on a weather report, which is in quotes, air quotes, because there was actually potentially submarine, a wolf pack ahead that they didn't want to run into. So, we're not. It's one of those things of it could be true, but it could also have been the story has been amalgamated from those occasions and various other things. Black Horse, what would be the effect of Queen Mary, the ocean liner troop ship in World War II sinking? That's basically the same question as Alex Kane just put in. So, yeah, but losing her would have been massive. And Castana, did any European navies have the same issues as the US of being unable to make armor as thick as desired in a single plate?
Yes.
Yes, they all had issues. It all took a lot of time to develop.
That's why you continuously see the armor foundries get more and more advanced.
Yeah, and Defondle, thank you for the Kofi donation. Thank you.
If I remember correctly, is it that way you see the advent of composite armors?
Because
they can't make the armor plate thickness they want, so they have to composite up.
Eventually, there's all sorts of ideas which go into it, and overlapping plates and all sorts of ideas which are developed into it. The other problem is that you can't get metal beyond a certain thickness to actually set properly in the middle, which is what the Japanese ran up against. And there's a worry about whether or not how that affects the ability of the armor plate to actually do its job. So there is a certain point above which armor isn't really worthwhile because you can't get it. But the interesting thing is, someone actually did the work in the 1930s and worked out if you're making armor plate in a scenario like space, with the advantages of the cooling you could have in space and the gravity-free scenario, the reduced gravity, you could possibly make far thicker armor that would actually solidify. But I'm not quite sure about maths, because that was 1930s maths. Walter Brodus, we've actually touched on converting V-22s to the AEW role before, and the thing is, that's now quite an old airframe. There are newer, better airframes coming through. The AEW 90-something, isn't it? Augusta, there is an Augusta Westland. There's all sorts of different options coming through from... including the new, what's it called? Super Osprey, the V-22, basically the V-22 going through an F-18 style remodification. And yeah, there's all sorts of options coming out which are far better than sticking with a V-22, which is very old, which is an old first-gen system where they've got better options now developed from that experience operating out. But that is an option. That is certainly a system. But British are probably going to go for a UAV-based system, which is what I wrote in a paper about, 15, 16 years ago. Actually, it might be longer. I was 22 when I wrote that paper. So I must be therefore a UAV visionary, because I wrote that paper years before UAVs were cool. Matthew Blerens, how realistic would a 1980s project for a British Stovall fighter to replace Sierra be instead of F-35B? Well, they had some projects.
The projects were in hand.
Yeah, they just didn't fund them. So they were possible, they just weren't funded. There was a supersonic one which looked really cool. Hello, Cyglitch.
The aircraft that came after.
AW609. Thanks, Night 601.
And with with that question, I need to probably head out. My throat feels like it's going to kill me.
Go, my friend. Go take care of yourself.
I need to save myself for tomorrow.
Fleet.
Good night.
If you didn't already know this, Tylenol helps with a sore throat.
I'm trying. I will take some.
Okay, go, Flea.
Look after yourself.
Which I was very surprised to learn that Tylenol, or acetaminophen, or however you Brits say it, is actually quite effective on a sore throat. That's not what I would have thought of, but I was proven wrong.
It is.
It's surprisingly good. The problem in the US is A, there's no money in it, and B, it doesn't have opioids in it, so no one's interested.
We've gotten away from the opioids, but we're better than we used to be. Let's put it that way. Usually for me, I just throw ibuprofen at it, and if the ibuprofen doesn't fix it, I start getting concerned.
Yeah.
You can take the acetaminophen at the same time as ibuprofen.
Yeah, but with the way I take my HRT and the HRT mix of meds that I'm on, my blood filtering organs have enough to deal with.
Acetaminophen actually, provided you don't take too much, doesn't really interact with anything.
You mean I shouldn't be taking a gram at a time?
No. You should be taking up to 4 grams a day. Provided you're over 50 kilos.
Yes, I am in excess of 100 kilos.
Cool.
My
yeah. So you're absolutely fine with that. It won't interact with anything. That's one of the advantages of it. It will interact even less than ibuprofen. So, yeah.
No, I'm 56 kilos. I should be fine.
Yeah. No, there's some vague data about 50 kilos.
You have a caloric intake of like 1 calorie.
I'm going to let you all have that argument quickly while I deal with a poodle who is coughing, so I'm just checking on him.
Yes, it is remarkably hard to get her to eat stuff.
Because then again, I just take whenever I'm hurt. I just take Paramol.
Which one's that? That's just paracetamol as well, isn't it?
It's got a label on it saying you can only take it 3 days in a row.
I'm pretty sure that's all painkillers.
They basically all say that it's to stop people from self-medicating and then suing the drug manufacturer because they delayed getting help for things.
It also says contains opioids, so.
Oh, is it one of the cocodamol type things?
Yes.
Okay.
I think max I take of it a day is 1.5 grams.
I don't know. I mean, that's fine. I with the patient population I deal with, I do not like codeine because it has a lot of side effects for older people, particularly.
That's actually fine.
And here is me who used to sometimes down 6 paracetamol before I was doing any jumping out of a helicopter, because that made sense. And people go, "You're not supposed to take that many paracetamol at once." I go, "Yeah, it was
I'm aware.
nicer than the other option. There was a lot of water available. I was drinking it, but I also took the 6 paracetamol. I was younger and fitter then." Thank you, John
You don't
Shea.
meant to take.
Do it repeatedly. Yeah, I'm not going to give medical advice on that one.
Yeah, no.
You're not meant to take 6 paracetamol in a row. Yeah, but humans aren't supposed to naturally jump out of helicopters, are we? Where we naturally fly.
And I was quite light. One of the guys who was with me when I was doing it was literally would go. Would pop out the entire pack of 16 that we had, and would just go kunk. And no one was going to argue him because he was a chief petty officer. So you don't argue with that kind of person.
There's a reason they put them into the pop-out packets. It's because they found out that it actually reduces the amount of people taking overdose because they get bored popping them all out. And so they take less.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great bit of psychology.
It is quite good. Right, so, Ramol, what if the USN focused on steam catapult on carriers by 1941? Would it make carrier operations much more effective and have the ability to send more aircraft in the air fast? It would allow you to more rapidly expand to heavier aircraft. Not sure whether it would speed it up much versus the hydraulic catapult systems, because there is some advantage, but it's also the fact is that they are more... They'd have had to been doing it for a while, and that does mean you're going to have more steam piping going on it. So you're going to need to have converted the wooden deck. You can't even have wooden top decks. You're going to have fully metal decks to support the weight, and you're going to have made, because that's one of the reasons why you can convert from a hydraulic catapult to a steam catapult. It's making the flight deck a strength deck, and it's then for having enough capacity to take the weight of piping and moving the piping around. Because it's one thing to make an area strong for a hydraulic catapult. It's another thing to make the deck all strong enough that you can thread steam pipes through it.
I'm also just trying to
Take care, Kalmgarsberg.
If you think about the speed with which they were launching aircraft when they launched a big deck load, they were flying them off in every couple of seconds down a single runway, and the ships wouldn't have the beam to be kind of launching 2 at a time or anything. So you'd actually be slowing down the launch cycle, albeit you'd be launching potentially much bigger, fatter, more heavily armed planes, but they're still only going to have, a bomb or a torpedo, and actually the stuff they were carrying did plenty of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So and what you need is the numbers of aircraft to have the probability of hits. So you just be reducing your hit probability.
It's basically, it's all a play up of things, but also if you've got larger aircraft. Oh God, Rolly's just been sick.
Oh.
Let me just deal with that. Can you carry on with the next question, please? I'm going to throw.
Carry on.
I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to.
I'm poking at chat, and chat's gotten very, very quiet.
Chat has got very quiet. Yes.
I'm waiting.
It has
for...
got very quiet.
Okay.
Oh.
Boxo says we're still hot, so
That's good.
Okay.
I just have the scroll wheel of death on my client.
I don't have anything open. Castania, how much crew are likely to be needed by the tender to maintain a set of 12 unmanned parasite craft of the approximate size of a PT boat?
Why? What's their maintenance intervals looking like? What do you expect to do in the field versus what do you expect to do back at port? I would imagine you probably need a crew of 100 all told, tail to teeth, not including the crew for the support ship that they're based off of.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Mainly just because you figure you're going to need a lead, a foreman for each vessel, or at least a clutch of, ideally no more than 2, but realistically they'll probably go for clutches of 3. And then you're going to need, well, actually what you'd probably do is you'd probably do it by system. You do sonar, propulsion, weapons, communications, navigation, and then you'd have shop leads, and then you'd just be dispatching, for lack of any better phrasing, because it's what I'm familiar with, journeymen out to actually service the UUVs. It's how long is a piece of string? What do you expect this support ship to be able to do organically? And what do you expect to be done with like a actual full-on repair ship? Realistically, DeFondle, it's how many the military would need, and if you ask any Navy you ask is going to give you a different answer. See, the U.S. Navy and a boat crew. I would say for 12, if they're all in service at the same time, you would need at least a crew of 100 support.
Yeah, I mean,
and they don't run the tender. They don't do anything on the tender except sleep, shower, and eat.
And maybe have some workshops, and probably have some workshops as well on the tender to maintain bits. You are probably looking at more likely, I would reckon, a crew of roughly 120, because there's also going to be people who are specialists in threat analysis for them and in working out what kind of systems they need, and plus they're going to have weapon systems aboard them, they're going to have sensors aboard them, they're going to have their own engines, and you need to have relief, because you might have to be flying out to multiple of them, and that means you're going to have to support other things as well, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. I'm thinking just for people who pick parts and pull wrenches, you need at least 100.
Yeah, if you're supporting... and that was one of the factors I put into the numbers I gave for the future battleship, were numbers of... You've got the crew, and then you've got the people you need to support the rest of it.
I'd also think...
So I'm just worried that you know what happens with being sick, don't you?
Yeah, if you puke as well, then you and I are going to have a conversation, Karen.
Sorry. Anyone's worked with you, remember?
In a nice way, I'm usually the one who clears up sick for you, but tonight I'm busy.
The other thing would be, if you want to keep 12 operational boats, you probably want about 16, so that you have 4 in the shop at any one time as an operational ready reserve.
It's probably going to be closer to 18. It's probably going to be close to 18, because let's be honest, as well, in total you probably need 6 in reserve, because it's probably going to be 1 in reserve maintenance and space in the hull to maintain those 6 going through the workshops and having all the things while you have 12 out. And, you know, it's going to be fun. Lots of people saying hello to Dr. K. Clarke. She's not very happy with it. Normally, I will say, when I am not live and doing things, if there's any sick in the house, I'm the one who clears it up. Normally. If I'm not working, I will go do it. But tonight, I'm, of course, working. Riley's been sick, and so Karen's having to clear it up. And Karen is not good with sick.
No.
I totally sympathise with Karen.
Yes, Dan totally sympathises. The amount of medical people I know who are not good with sick.
But arterial bleed's fine. This?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's fine. Blood's sterile.
Yeah.
So is urine.
Mm-hmm.
Should be.
Under normal conditions, blood should also be sterile, but...
Yeah.
Sure.
Alex?
Richard, this is actually a particularly topical question because of conversations had earlier in the week. Richard Goss, new member. Thank you for joining.
Yes.
Have you
do your
and
best, and then I'll work out how to get the things off and get it out. I'm not sure if we can wash it.
I think I'll circle back around to that one.
Actually, I'm here. Don't worry. Have you and Drac
okay.
considered doing a physical history convention? We are actually going to. It does look like we are going to be doing a history conference. We have got a plan. What we have, Shipshape Crew have been approached to do one. It's going to be announced further on down the line, but we've been approached by a organization which has basically said, would you like to take on this anniversary conference and organize it and set it all up? And I don't think Dan will reject me speaking for the Shipshape Crew when I said we've basically jumped at it with all four paws for each of us forward, going yes, 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 we'll do it. Would you agree, Dan? Dan's gone quiet.
I had peanuts.
You had peanuts.
Yes.
Don't choke.
Don't.
Agree. No, I was crunching them. That's why I turned it on to mute. I suddenly realised
You're
how
much more
noisy
polite
they
than
were.
I am.
They were very crunchy.
And they would. I hope you enjoyed.
Yeah, the conference sounds very interesting and exciting, and
Dan has volunteered for probably the scariest assignment in the conference.
that's not scary for me.
For any of the other historians, it would be absolutely terrifying to be chairing that panel. For you're prepared to do it. The rest of it is a medical history panel, and the thing is, there are some very firm views on the subjects, and the thing is, Dan has both enough historical knowledge and enough medical knowledge, and enough outside the ongoing arguments and debates that he can chair the panel and hold people in line. But
Yeah,
we've all basically volunteered. We'll act as his human shields for that one because he will probably need them.
I don't have a dog in the race. I think they did some really good things.
Mhm.
It was long enough ago that I don't need to take sides, and I can translate the medical talk into normal people talk for everyone, because that's actually one of my skills.
Yeah,
is I'm quite good at translating the medical speak into normal people language. Yeah, so can hopefully actually engage the rest of the historians. But it was what they did was really impressive, and it was a big leap forward. And I think
it's
it
still
did
going to
set
require the stuff,
things
and I
up
might have to
quite
get
well.
Yeah.
For kind of later on, so they got a lot to be proud of, and probably still stuff to learn, and stuff to learn about how we learnt the stuff whilst we process from new wars, because we've since learned, we've since had further lessons, so it's actually quite a good opportunity to go back whilst we've still got them talk to about what they actually did.
Karen.
Which might sound weird, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so that was the physical history kind of conference thing. The other thing is obviously trying to turn up things. I think the problem is the big things seem to happen in the States, which is hard for some of us to get to, although Drax has been making the effort. I mean, I'd love to go, but
I'd love to go, but for me, it's the money. It's always the money. And the moment I move in house, and nice way once we're fully settled in, maybe I will finally get to go to the American conferences, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see them. It'll be fun to talk to them. It'd also be a lot of fun to. I keep looking. There's a conference which happens most years in the Mediterranean on very nice islands, and I'd like to do that. But again, the thing is, and this sounds terrible, but I travel with enough equipment. I travel with enough. I am old enough, and I travel with enough equipment that I don't want to stay in a hostel, like some of my more junior colleagues do. I want to stay in a hotel room where I can leave my stuff and know it'll be okay.
I also really want to go and visit one of the battleships because I haven't been on a battleship more recent than HMS Victory. And
I haven't
think
been.
that would be
I haven't been on one in a long enough time that I haven't got any video footage of it. I was just the last time I was on one was I was a little kid
and
traveling with my dad. So yeah.
And given Drax's relationship with Brian Szymanski and things, it sounds like there's a chance we'd be able to get to explore properly.
Oh yes.
Just
Possibly.
think, those huge engine rooms for you to climb under things in. You can hear me rolling my eyes. You can actually hear them rolling around.
The thing is, you are used to me enough. The amount of spaces you've seen me crawl into, and I will never forget his face when he looked down, and I was literally down on level, crawling in the crawl space in the bilges, beneath his legs. He literally looked down and went, "Alex, you're below my feet, and you're staring up at me at a crack in the floor." Went, "Hello."
It was the. And just to be clear, this was in the boiler room of HMAS Vampire.
Yeah.
And we were standing at the kind of burner end of the boilers, and he had gone round to the back, which is where you can get under, and had crawled the entire length of them to get to the far end to where we were. And so I was there with the guys from the ship and the museum who were having a look at it and trying to work out what stuff did and do stuff like that. I have some great video footage of it. The problem is about every other word is a swear word, so it will not be going up on YouTube probably.
They were Australian, and they were in full Australian.
It wasn't just that, they were Australian maritime historians with a naval background in several cases. Swear words were adjectives and surrogates for nouns you don't know and just about anything else. That was good fun. But yeah, it was weird that you get into such small places.
Yeah.
I think it's just my natural sense of what's the word? Claustrophobia kicking in. I have a lot of healthy phobias of things that potentially aren't good for me. This is why I come from a long line of we may be cowards, but we live to breed. We survive to breed.
What I will say though is that if you do come to the U.S. and you do make it down to whiskey, and I'm still here, help.
Yes.
I'm tagging along with you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Stafford Thompson, how large of a lorry would you take to search for the forgotten RN warehouses for an Easter egg hunt, and which shipshape members would you take along for the trip? All of them?
Okay, so
because I need that many to lift the stuff. And lorry, you're limiting me to one vehicle, Stafford. I'll be taking everything I can get my hands on.
Yeah. So Stafford,
many uses?
I know Canada has some road trains, but you know those 5 and 6 trailer road trains that the Australians run?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those configured for the maximum weight possible.
I was just, it was talking to some engineers in Australia with the mining trains, which have displacements that make Yamato look like a lightweight, and they're talking about the braking distances when they're working on the line having to be so many kilometers uphill and things. Something like that maybe.
Yeah.
I plan on rating it good and proper.
Hi, Derek. We're doing Bruships today this way because we've been very nicely joined, but I only have a laptop which is dying to do things at the moment because of the computer being broken. So thank you again, everyone who's helping, and thank you again for all the money that's been donated towards fixing the laptop, fixing the PC. The laptop that is going to be a king of, as said, I'm going to work out. Well, I've worked out what RAM it needs, and I'm going to upgrade its RAM at some point in the near future, and then I'm also probably going to try and replace it at some point as well, because the poor thing, I hadn't realized it had got this bad being my backup system. I have killed multiple laptops in my time, sister. I have killed. I do not. I am perfectly admitted that the amount of work I make them do, I have killed laptops. I have killed computers completely. In this case, the PC was killed by a book falling on it, which is kind of appropriate in this office, but seriously. To quote the friend of mine who works for a very reputable PSU maker, but not one I have ever advertised on this channel because my friend works for them in their development, what happened was theoretically possible, but he'd never heard of anyone actually managing to accomplish it.
And we strive for the impossible.
Okay. I'm thinking Raleigh having the 3 days of steroids is why he's probably being puking at the moment. Because he's been 3 days on a massive dose of steroids. Steve Clarke.
This is a question that I've been looking at since I saw it entered in the chat. Knight6831. How telling is it that the USA can no longer afford to build fifth-generation fighter jets domestically, as they had to ask the UK to help build F-35? Okay. I need a source on that or clarification on what exactly you're asking.
I think, in a nicest way, I think that's a complete misreading of the scenario with the bees. The thing that allows the bee to actually hover, the engine that allows it to hover, is made by Rolls-Royce. And the fact is, there is a lot of in a nice way. It's not that the Americans cannot produce stuff domestically; they can, but there is a lot of international cooperation. And traditionally, there's more than anything is with the UK. I still remember whenever I've seen the lists, and I remember the lists of partners the Americans will share information with. Pretty much the only partner who had blanket access to all information traditionally were the British, because our companies worked in such close cooperation with the Americans, and American companies worked in such close cooperation with us that it was always always close together. We build 15% of the F-35, yes, but that's partially also because we're the Tier 1 investing partner, and we demanded to build quite a large chunk of it, because otherwise, why would we be investing so much money?
And forgive me if I'm wrong here, why, if the Americans are having, even if they're having problems with the engines, why would they not go to one of the best engine manufacturers on the planet?
Well, that's what they did do. They went to Rolls-Royce and got them to do it. So, in a nice way, it's kind of obvious.
Especially for an international program.
Yeah.
It's one thing if it was a domestic program, but...
They probably could have thrown money at Pratt & Whitney to get it done.
Yeah.
But why would they do that when Rolls-Royce can do it cheaper and better? If things sour too much, they probably can get domestic engine production going. It'll just be painful.
Night to everyone. Am I right to say that the Type 26 based River class DDG armament is in flux at the moment? Not really. The Canadians are building it. The thing is, the VLS systems aren't really in flux. They'll probably get those VLS systems, and then what missiles go in them is going to depend on partnerships to sign up to. But also, you have to remember, these programs are a lot longer lasting than individual governments. That is one of the points I have to make to people quite often, is that a government is around for 4 or 5 years. The international agreements are around for 3 or 4 decades. Yeah, it could be interesting. It could be interesting.
Knight, the fact that the U.S. government has been willing to pay for F-22, B-21, and now F-47, I think is what that craft is being designated.
Yeah,
we can fund it, but for the 35, we decided to do distributed and make a coalition building.
Yeah,
the 35 was a deliberate domestic international political choice to be done as a multilateral project for NATO, predominantly.
and other allies to basically build NATO and what's sometimes called is NATO enhanced.
Yeah, NATO and friends. So it's not that we cannot afford to build F-35 purely domestically. It's that we made the deliberate choice to not to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you telling me that I can't afford to buy groceries at Whole Foods because I shop at Aldi's. I can afford to buy at least some of my groceries at Whole Foods. I just choose to not to because the benefit is not there for me to get the super happy organic free trade lactose free cow milk. It's like it's milk. Just get rid of the lactose so I don't eat my internals.
Yeah, so hey, to get away from the F-35 for a different example of the same thing. Around Cambridge, there's 2 large plants that make TFT, essentially screens, and they make what essentially are TVs for commercial use. These plants are heavily partnered with Samsung and are partially owned by Samsung. They're made in the UK and in Europe because they're more convenient, not because Samsung can't build them themselves.
Yes. There is a convenience here. It's like there's an. I would have said actually almost Knight should have been. It would have been more interesting if Knight had picked Italy, where there is actually the second production line for F-35s.
Yeah.
That would have been more. That would have been more a case of than picking Britain. Black Horse. How overlooked are hospital ships and troop ships in history? Mostly they are consigned to, well, it's obvious they were there, so why do we need to talk about them? But, yeah, it's kind of like the small escort scenario, which I often talk about with destroyers and corvettes. They're there, they're doing their job, but often they're just numbers.
Yeah. The sad thing about hospital ships is you only tend to hear about them when someone puts a torpedo in the side of one.
Defondel, that is a great question. I am really looking forward to answer it because it ties into my area of knowledge for once.
Oh, it's going to be fun, but basically it rolls down to the different ways the British operate and different views the British have on operations of force. Paul Amos. What ships names should the... this is from Stafford Thompson. What ship names should the Royal Navy and Royal Canadian Navy reuse for their upcoming builds? And will there ever be an HMS Pansy? Well, there was an HMS Pansy, and I guess if we have another Flower class, which as I've said before, I think will be uncrewed assets, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them's called HMS Pansy, because it's got a long name of Flower class of using Pansy. It's a perfectly good flower. But leaving that to one side, what names should they use? I would really like to see the tribal names come back. I doubt they will, but battle names will do me quite happily. Anyone else?
They've reused quite a lot of the names I really like. Just a lot of them have been on submarines, which I really, really don't want to ever see shoot in anger. Leave. And I do wish they would switch the name off Warspite.
Yeah, that is a name which has a tradition of doing what the frigate it wants. I really didn't want a ballistic missile submarine named Warspite. I have great appreciation for the name. No.
Give it to one of the Type 31s. I mean, seriously, can you imagine a ship with a better heritage to be,
Inspiration class. Yeah.
Yes. What does it inspire you to do? Well, it inspires our enemies to need to change their underwear.
Dang it, Dan! I was gonna go there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Suppose that part of the issue is that the Royal Navy can't use its best names anymore.
I would like to I would like to see the Royal Navy continue to make use of their attribute names. Indomitable, courageous, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I kind of have a soft spot for those names for whatever reason.
They are cool.
The US seem to use them for like minesweepers and things. That's what I find weird.
That's because instead of looking at our politicians and leadership figures and saying, well, you all have giant egos, so you'll get something tiny to attach your giant egos to. We said you have giant egos, so we'll give you a giant hull to attach your egos to.
It
now
happened.
I want to see things like the USS Doofus, the
Oh, no.
USS Multi.
No, what's going to be interesting is when they are deploying the USS Trump, the carrier. Edgar Rasmussen, because in a nice way, it's kind of like the USS Clinton deploying her. It's the trouble is once the presidents are
Him.
still alive when you're and the ships are called a her.
Oh, yeah,
Ships are she.
sorry.
Don't worry. It's once the presidents are still alive when you're naming the ships for them. That's when it starts to get problematic, I think, because the trouble is the good thing about dead people is people tend to remember whatever their good points were and sort of gloss over their bad points to an extent. Enough that you can name a ship for it and you can try and harp on the good points and it can, if they're still alive when they get the ship named for them, that's when you have problems.
So what we telling me is that the US shouldn't deploy USS Bush to the Middle East again.
Oh, they are. In a nice way, the George Bush is already, I think, in service and probably will be deployed.
Listen, I'm just saying that the Iranians or somebody in that area needs to make a missile called the Shoe.
No,
not because I want to see a U.S. Navy vessel or any allied vessel get shot at in anger, but I do have to chuckle at the fact that you could have the USS George Bush under threat by a Shoe missile. I'm just saying. I don't want to see U.S. service members get hurt. I don't want to see U.S. vessels get shot at. Do not take that in any. Do not take me for meaning anything other than that. I'm just saying to have an opposing weapon system in the area called the Shoe would be funny. Yes, Alex Kane, but most of the munitions that have been hucked at U.S. assets in the Gulf recently have missed.
Yeah.
I just find myself thinking of all of the nasty jokes that will be generated based on other things that are referred to as a bush.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you're trying to land on the carrier and hit a particular sweet spot.
Oh, yes.
Thanks.
Well, if you yeah. I'm not gonna get into all the jokes I've already heard about landing on a. Yeah, I won't say that I've heard. By the way, if you do a perfect landing on her, they might be using the code. That's a Brazilian. I'm just gonna leave it to one side. Right then. So, Edgar.
Why not go back to some better 19th century presidents? You could have the USS US Grant, because that would just cause
that in a nice way. That would just stand and turn around and go, "You're making me a dry ship." Yes. Rebellion.
Wait, wasn't Grant the guy that did Reconstruction?
Yes. He was also he considered being sober a problem sometimes. Although he was in a nice way, he was a high functioning alcoholic in many ways. Unlike he was kind of like Winston Churchill, and he lived in a period where honestly it was safer to drink alcohol than it was to drink the water. So yeah.
It's also a combination of his drinking was inversely proportional to how busy he was. The biggest problem with Grant was two things. One, who was Lincoln's vice president? Stevens.
Yeah.
Really fumbled starting Reconstruction, and then Grant assumed that everybody would more or less do what he told them to, because Grant was not a particularly good political general. He was a fighting general.
Yeah.
So, like, he was a great logistician, but he wasn't a great politician. And So there's a lot of corruption that snuck in and caused problems.
Now, okay. Will there be any changes to armament on the UK Type 26 frigate if Norway buys 5 frigates, i.e. 16 naval strike missiles on the UK version? We could hope, but we won't really know till the SDSR comes out, and that keeps being delayed. I mean, that thing's been delayed so many times, it's practically returned to British Rail.
Melanie, I would throw either Hoover or Coolidge for second worst.
Paul Amos, Stafford Thompson, where were the packet engines removed from PT boats before they were burned, or are there beaches in the Pacific that could still be home to those lovely V12 engines? Theoretically, most were removed, but I would like to point out the phrase is most, so possibly there is some out there. So if you want to get a little boat and go hunting around in the beaches in the Pacific, which are some of them are islands, which are rarely attended by anybody, you might find some packet engines. You might.
You might find some rusty shapes that look like V12 engines at this point.
Yes, possibly, but it's going to depend on how high up the beach they were where they were burnt. And if they're buried in sand, they could have actually been surprisingly well preserved.
I would take that as a machining challenge. Let's put it that way.
It would be, but it would still be cool.
Knight 6831, ferried over by Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
What is the benefit to building a Vanguard class battleship with 16 234mm guns, 16 133s, 12 76 AAs, and 40 40mm Bofors AAs?
Why am I building a Vanguard with 9.2 inch, 9.2 inch guns?
But why am I building one with 4 quads? Is my
Yeah.
question.
4 quad. Why?
Why are we doing a 9.2?
You're making a target which is massively large, but is underarmed for its size, and is going to cost a lot. And if you're building a Vanguard class battleship, we've got all that armor, everything on it, and we've got guns which can't reach out far enough to justify its size. This is one of the other things of you have to, when you're factoring in the weaponry you're putting on a ship, you have to think about how far away can it be seen, and can it reply back to that distance. If you're something the size of a Vanguard class battleship, you need something bigger than a 9.9.
I need to slam my mod hat on. Sorry for talking over you. Let's not start the discussion about who is the worst U.S. president of all time.
No,
There's no way that discussion ends well.
And that ends with me having a conversation with YouTube's standards people, and I really don't like those conversations. I've had to have a couple in the past. I managed to avoid them, broadly speaking. They really don't have a sense of humour. They are lovely people. They're very polite, but they don't have a sense of humour.
Yeah.
I'm going with Jackson Davis.
Like,
hey, man,
if we want to continue to that, to the Discord and have the conversation, yeah, sure, fine. Don't
Discord is fine. Yeah. Or the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat. Sorry.
The Fondle.
Sorry to run over you there. I just needed to get my mod hat on.
Why does the UK not have a US-style Coast Guard? Given the crewing issues, having crew on river-class vessels doing policing work, coastal defense and fishery, seems a poor use of personnel. How did this occur? Honestly, it's because the fishery protection squadron is the oldest squadron in the Royal Navy. It's been the longest running, and it's a good It's a good traditional squadron, but also there is the problems that once you get into fishery protection, all these things at sea, you need firepower, you need weaponry. And the British government has always been more happy with that weaponry being under control of the Royal Navy than under the control of a civilian organisation. You must remember how late our police actually got armed response units. And the thing is, whilst there were a few which had guns earlier, Britain's always been sort of lurgy about giving it straight-up policing personnel, weaponry. Also, when you have the RNLI, one of the major functions the Coast Guard did in America was, of course, life-saving and all those things. And Well, that was the organisation. That was that in the UK. That's the RNLI. Then there have been treasury vessels which have been used for customs vessels, and they were a separate branch of the government. So basically, for Britain to form a coast guard like the US, we would have to subsume it from many different departments and create a whole new organisation. And recently, they have sort of tried that with the border force, and they found an absolute mess. So yeah, it's basically it's a long-running historical thing, but it's a quirk of history that we don't really have a coast guard, although we do now have we do have a coast guard, but they don't do the same thing. They don't act like the U.S. Coast Guard.
I mean, I think to be fair, the US Coast Guard is the global exception.
Yeah, Dan, can I?
Sorry,
stick my horn here. The U.S. is weird, as far as I've seen of other roughly equivalent nations, as far as like civil development goes. We are explicitly prohibited from using our military for policing purposes. The reason you see the National Guard deployed to civil disturbances is because they are technically state assets, not federal assets for the majority of their existence.
Yep.
So we legally cannot use our Navy for law enforcement in U.S. domestic territory. The most our Navy can do is aid of mariners in distress. So we need a civilian or a civilianized force, even though the Coast Guard is still a uniformed force, which can do the customs enforcement, the revenue enforcement, all of the duties that you expect a Coast Guard to do. The UK does not have this problem. Most of Europe does not have this problem. They are quite happy to use their military arms for civilian policing when the situation calls for it per their.
It's like in the UK, if you're stupid enough to bring enough firepower that the police don't feel comfortable bringing in their armed units to deal with you, you get the gentlemen from the armed forces showing up, and they will certainly bring enough firepower to make you wish you had not brought that amount of firepower.
Yeah, whereas
they will generally be people who hail from places like Hereford or Poole.
And they have a habit of, you won't be making it to a court afterwards. If you pick a fight with them,
In the, not to get into politics of U.S. policing, but one of the reasons why U.S. police are so heavily armed and equipped as they are, or can be, is because to get a National Guard unit, let alone a actual active Army unit or Marine unit deployed to a civil issue, the issue will have resolved itself by the time that unit even starts moving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why you've got things like instead of having where we've got the SAS and people, you've got the FBI's hostage rescue team as a federal asset.
Yes.
On top of any local SWAT and things like that.
Yep, and because they are a civilian agency, they can be used in the policing role. I think the law / doctrine is called posse comitatus.
Yeah.
And essentially there is a very very narrow set of use cases where the U.S. military, the Department of Defense, can be employed against American citizens, and that is almost exclusively in disaster relief context or in a insurrection context.
Yeah, it's and I think a lot of that's a legacy of wanting to avoid us, basically.
Yeah, it's a mix of constitutional precedent, and I think more of it has to deal with remembering when that law was actually codified. More to deal with preventing federal intrusion in state affairs. If I'm remembering my dates correctly.
Okay, just pipe up here because I've got some Me and
Only on
Dragon
Tuesdays.
need to get going, so
Okay.
it's
Thank you for
been
coming.
nice being here.
Take care. Thank you for being here.
Or
You
Dave.
too.
Yeah, the US Posse Comitatus Act is an interesting one. And I because in the because what happened in the UK was that you had scenarios like the Peterloo massacre, which was deploying, I think, I can't remember if it was regular cavalry or militia cavalry against protesters in the, I want to say the 1830s in Manchester or something. And that went down very badly. And so that they stopped using the militia, and that's when we started getting proper policing. But because it happened in Britain, where we don't like writing down our constitution, we don't have an explicit division that must be kind of held apart. And I would guess that if you had to, you could swear in the army the soldiers as special constables very quickly.
But practically we don't. We just deploy them. They have various acts of acts of council for the monarch to enact, and the government can enforce and request and all these things.
Yeah, that's kind of what I tried to communicate, at least cloak insanity. And Frank Barnwell, I'd wager that's because the Coast Guard has been passed around like that one really awkward tool that no one wants to be the one to get rid of because it's useful, but no one actually wants to deal with storing because it's been under Treasury, Transportation, and I think it's still under Homeland Security, or maybe it got passed to Transportation, and it's picked up all these weird and random duties from all of those larger branches into the amalgamated force that it is today.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's almost British. It's lovely.
It is a legacy of the British Constitution, so you know, effectively.
Yeah. Then again, we only had a right to bear arms mainly so that we could
Trained to repel the French.
No, Catholics. So
That's
you
what
had the
I
right
said,
to bear
isn't
arms
it?
provided you were Protestant and male. Colour actually didn't come into it.
Actually, no, you weren't required to be male either.
No, it was that.
It was optional. It was optional for women. Men were expected to. Women had the option.
Yeah, it was more a responsibility to bear arms.
Yeah, men were required to do archery, and then were required to do other forms of training. Women had the option to do it. Am I sanding the floor? No, I was quickly hoovering. I was quickly hoovering the floor, and I forgot I was still hoovering when I wanted to say goodbye to Foxo and Dragon. But it was basically I was trying to hoover up where the dog was sick earlier.
What would happen to it?
Because it was
question.
didn't want it to start smelling. YouTube Minecraft. What would happen to HS Warspite if just after decommissioning teleports to modern day England? It'll be a museum, and Drac will be aboard it, going, anyone tries to do anything but put this here and make this a museum, and I will personally damage them.
Dr. Clarke, I think you might be overlooking one eventuality. If Warspite has teleported to modern day England immediately after her decommissioning, this may be because the machine spirit has now figured out how to tie into the warp and self-actualize. In which case, a warp-fueled Warspite that has a decent degree of sentience in modern day England.
Well, and I say
might need a new parliament. I'm just going to put it out there. Westminster might need a rebuild, and you might need a new parliament.
I think me and Drac might be more popular in terms of running for government than ever before. YouTube Minecraft. Personally, I think Sovereign of the Seas should be reused. Opinion? I'd love to see it reused, but I just don't think we have a suitable asset. We're going to build a suitable asset in enough numbers to actually bring it about. HMS Victory is one which actually... HMS Victory and Ark Royal probably should be reused, and I swear... We've got we should be getting LHDs. We should have got more carriers. We should have got a lot more destroyers. All sorts of things. But I just don't think we're going to have enough that we're going to get back to Sovereign of the Seas again.
Wasn't Sovereign of the Seas basically what turned into Royal Sovereign?
To an extent, yes.
Sovereign of the Seas is now
to an extent
a cruise liner.
And I will say, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm happy to go on to midnight if people want to keep putting in the questions. So I'm happy to do till for another hour.
Stafford, you may test that assumption against Drac at your convenience.
Yeah, I've just seen what Stafford has written. Yes, good luck, Stafford. You can do that.
I wish you the greatest possible degree of luck. I will be sitting in the sidelines in the bleachers with popcorn, and I will get some of my paramedic friends on standby to scrape whoever is the loser in that conflict off the floor with a stick and a spoon and pronounce the time of death.
My cousin and her colleagues are currently considering doing a whole calendar, a calendar, because they are apparently the only station which is, I'm not sure about this, but it might be the only ambulance station in the UK which is entirely female. And they're considering doing a calendar.
Are they trying to raise funds, or are they just trying to...
Raising funds, considering doing a calendar, raising funds. They're considering doing it to raise funds for a local hospice. Support it, and it's a really nice cause. But yeah, I'll get her and her colleagues to be there, because that'll be more fun to watch.
No, Defondel, Warspite would not declare war on the French because the French were allies for the majority of Warspite's existence. Warspite would probably look at the conflict going on in the Black Sea and be like, a war in which there is a territorial aggression.
Yeah, Warspite would probably...
and the territorial aggression is not my side!
Yeah, Warspite would be... Warspite would just be going... Warspite would just be going head first into wherever they wanted to go.
I mean, the other thing, Warspite would go, but I cannot traverse the Dardanelles. Therefore, I will remember that the Crimean War, we went to the Baltic. Take me to Kaliningrad.
And that's why, again, do you want to tell a warp capable, a fused with a warp sentient Warspite she cannot traverse the Dardanelles? Do you really want? Do you really think President Aragon is that silly that he is going to go with dealing with that combination? I'm going to say no if she wants to go through the Dardanelles, or do you think he's just going to go here, have a ticker tape parade, go wherever you like, sentient being?
I think he is that silly. I think he is that silly, but I also think he's going to receive some 15-inch shells direct to the dome, courtesy of Warspite's main guns.
We'll just leave that to be. Anyway, Knight 683, what export designs did the British offer the Dutch that did not get built? Many, many ships. Many, many battleship designs and many battlecruiser designs. Every time the Dutch were looking at it, the British did offer options. Usually it's Vickers, but sometimes others.
Does it involve 14-inch guns?
Not always.
Did they just metric it for the Dutch?
Mm-hmm.
Did they say 355.6 millimeters?
The Fondle. Why does the UK not have a US-style Coast Guard? We've answered that one, haven't we?
Yeah, we did.
And then Paul Amos. The next one is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher, and it's the last question we currently have in the list. So if people do want to put in questions, please do. What would happen if all World War One German battleships turned into Bismarck class with unlimited fuel and ammo? The Germans might actually win World War One.
Yeah.
Because that if all their battleships in World War One, and you haven't said dreadnought battleships, so it's all their battleships turn into that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, then that's a lot of Bismarcks, and considering the gun capability of the 15-inch on a Bismarck versus the gun capability of the guns in World War One. Yeah, no.
Yeah. They'd wipe the floor with everything, including the QEs at that stage.
They'd wipe the floor with everything. Because also, remember, they're bringing radar with them.
However, I would say that that may force the British government to unleash its most dangerous secret weapon, and that is telling the destroyer crews that there is a significant amount of prize money available to anyone who can successfully destroy or capture those vessels.
And considering the sheer number of destroyers the British did have at the point, there is a possibility that could be disastrous for the Germans. But it would have to be a truly massed force. And the thing is, I still think the Germans with their radar-equipped guns and their secondaries would probably win that battle.
But we had a lot of submarines.
We had a lot of submarines at the time, and we have had a lot of destroyers and a lot of torpedo boats, and it could be It would be an interesting fight, but there is such a firepower preponderance, especially for the Brit. It's such firepower preponderance, and that it would be. Let's put it this way: there is a chance. But then when you add in the torpedo defenses, you add in everything else, whilst I'm fairly certain some of those battleships are going to get destroyed, if you put all the Dreadnought and all the pre-Dreadnought battleships the Germans have together and replace them all with Bismarcks, that is a lot of Bismarcks.
Yeah, it's one of those things of the Royal Navy could do it, but they'd probably have to mark everything light cruiser and smaller as expendable.
Yep. And they might do that because it would be necessary to do it. But the thing is, and battleship, they would have to send everything at them. Everything.
Yeah, they would essentially have to say, this is truly an existential threat, and as a result, we will essentially throw away our existing fleet, every asset which may possibly stand a chance for a chance at destroying
it should be
these assets.
Number 3.
Excuse me a second. I'm going to roll down to next questions, but I'm going to have to quickly hoover up because the dog's going to come back in here. So, yeah, that should be there. If the RN would have forward aviation support ships for the QA class, what would the lead ship be named HMS Unicorn?
We can only hope. We can only hope because it's a better name than quite a lot of them, and it would respect the history.
It's not impossible.
And it would appeal to the 5 to 7-year-old girl demographic, which.
Hey, Dr. Clarke, you may want to just mute your mic so you don't annihilate ears. You have it on Discord. I can say that much. I'm fine, but apparently it seems like it patches through the stream very loud. I would just mute the device. Because you're coming off of your mics, your headset's mic, right? Razor sounds like your headset. But no, you have something else. I remember that.
How's that? That better?
I mean, you're still coming through Discord. I don't know if you're coming through the stream.
Rodon, shall we try and answer the next question or two?
Yeah,
Although
yeah,
the
sure.
next one is
I think he's muted himself now. So,
Yeah. Colin Cameron
we
asking,
can't answer
question,
that one.
what is the writing of the new books?
We
Um,
can't answer that one. I think.
From what he's told me, the book is written. He's just sorting out the pictures and doing layouts and things. So hopefully not too long, but he won't let me read a brief copy, annoyingly. Stafford Thompson, how worried would the chat be if instead one of the Type 83s was to be named Warspite? I would be very happy. I think anyone who wanted to displease it would be very sad and upset.
Well, also too, that would mean that you're getting a Type 83 instead of the Innumerous talking about building Type 83, but no action as to building Type 83. Because
this is in the same way that the US will eventually come up with a successor to the Arleigh Burke and the Virginia class submarines.
Yeah, it's called Seawolf, but anyway.
I kind of predated the Virginia.
Yeah, but Virginia
it's
is
whole
a
F-22 F-35 thing.
Yeah, Virginia is a stripped out Seawolf.
Okay, let's answer questions. Apologies about that, but I do now have a poodle back with me because he's been sick again.
I will say though, whatever you did do to your mic has improved your audio quality going to Discord dramatically.
Okay, well, basically I've changed it back to the Razer Siren. It was supposed to always be on there because that's the computer standards. But for some reason this laptop likes to keep rewriting what is supposed to be the computer defaults.
Well, yes, because its machine spirit is angry because it wishes to finally achieve its desired rest.
Yeah, and let's go to the questions. What did we skip?
So we've got writing of new books.
They're okay, but they've got to be set out. And I want to go to the archives and do a final check before I publish them to check the references. And instead of me being able to do that when I was last up in London, I spent every evening pretty much when I wasn't out to dinner with Dan, who very nicely took me out to dinner a couple of times. We went to a Korean barbecue and things. It was lovely.
That was good.
That was a very nice barbecue. I spent back at the old house fixing things and making sure it's fit for sale because it's now been almost 12 months since we left there. It kind of needed some work, and when I went there to do some things, while doing some things, I found more things I needed to do.
As happened, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, this time you need to take me along to the archives because I want to have a wander along. And if they haven't opened it yet, they're about to open something about MI5.
Oh, that'll be fun. Lions, what can we do with a modern 15-inch shell size regarding electronics, and how happy would that make a Warspite? We could do a lot. As long as you can design it so that, and the electronics, making sure, okay, there are limitations based on where you can put the electronics to make sure they can survive the firing. But if you consider systems we have traditionally put into 15-inch shells to make them go boom, etc., and how we successful with that, we can design systems that would go in the 15-inch shell, which could probably both make it more accurate and longer, extend its range, and a few other options as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Oh, that would be a very, very happy Warspite.
Yes.
I can achieve naval gunfire support far further than before.
More importantly, I can make an opponent think they're under attack by hypersonics by sheer volume of fire.
Dr. Clarke, are you saying that you believe in naval gun supremacy?
Yes, regularly. Mainly 1640. I wonder if World War I Germans would have as much trouble with Bismarck's engineering plant as post-war America did with, say, Prince Eugen. Oh, they would, though. That is the one saving grace that would give the British any time to react, is the fact that the Germans would probably take months to get those engines working.
Actually, that would be an interesting question. Could the Germans sustain those engines? Because
They have.
most of their fleet was was still coal burners.
As part of
right?
the question was infinite spare parts and infinite fuel.
Oh, yeah.
So once you have that added into this question, then I have to presume a winner. What would a modern Duke of York be? Not built because of what the current Duke of York has got up to. That'll be literally it.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see what...
Yeah.
Hang on, there's not going to be a Duke of York for a while. Maybe... Next Duke of York probably be Louis. Think about it. Probably Louis.
Yeah. Well, we need to keep him out of succession because it would be too weird if we have a King Louis. The French did that one way too much, and we might have to reassert our claim
Wouldn't
to
be
the
the first time. Wouldn't be the first time a British king decided to pick not their first name to be their regnal name.
Yeah, I know, but
You don't think there really were that many people named George as their first name in the British royal family history?
Oh, I know there weren't. But they decided George was better than something German sounding.
I know.
Which might have been nice when they were born, less nice when they were coming to be king.
Yeah, and there was a recent from April's Fool's post by UK Defence, the UK Defence Journal, about the third Queen Elizabeth class carrier being called the Duke of York, and the Russians actually believed it.
Oh, good.
Fun times. Steve.
The amount of times I hear the British told a joke and the Russians took it as true.
Because the Russians
speak well for Russian intelligence.
No, it also speaks for the fact that the amount of times the British have done things which everyone else would believe are jokes and have actually turned out to be true, and then frankly the Russians, it's kind of like a certain elf character from a certain anime, maybe going by the name of Frieren, who every time they see a what do I call it? D&D. It's the treasure chest, like mimic. They think there is something. They think there is something in there, and so they dive into it because they've learned enough over their 1,000-year past that occasionally the spell that you cast to check if there's anything actually real in the mimic is wrong. So they go for it. The Russians have learnt enough history with the British that when everyone else has told them that this was not the case, it has turned out to be the case.
Okay, so that answer was very revealing because as much as I knew Dr. Clarke was willingly or not getting into VTubers, I wasn't expecting the anime.
I'm the only boy in 40 cousins with lots of little cousins as well. Do you think there is a single cartoon on this planet Earth that I do not know the full details of? Seriously, I know more about Peppa Pig than I want to remember. Okay?
How about Bluey?
Yes, I know Bluey.
Rugrats?
Yeah. There is not a single one I do not know in great detail. Because that, as I've said before, similar as I approach to the chat, if there are people asking me questions about things, I will go away and research it, because it's the chat and they support me, so I like to support them. With my little cousins, when they come to me and they want to talk about these things, I don't just smile and nod along, I go away and research it so I can come back and talk with them. Because that's what you do. That's how you show respect for people. You care for the things they care for.
Then I'm far too lazy sometimes, most of the time, many times. Then again, I also have ADHD and an internet connection, so I tend to go down some very weird rabbit holes at times.
Bumperleaf. Greg's Airplanes mentions of a P-47 Thunderbolt launched off a carrier. What other interesting things have launched off a carrier?
C-130, right?
C-130 was the thing, but also the thing I find most interesting is the sheer amount of cars which have been launched off carriers. Because theoretically they have a test thing they use to the test vehicle that especially designed to be used to test the catapult. But also, I have heard a number of stories of basically chief engineers, senior petty officers, captains, etc. going, I have this old car that, well, I'm going to replace anyway. I was thinking of scrapping, but, shall we test out the catapult?
Fail! And really, who doesn't want to
Take
launch
care,
the captain's
Stafford.
car off the ship?
No, they won't. Take care, Stafford. In the Night Garden was fun. It was fun. They've all been, to an extent, fun. It's just a case of you have to remember that you're not supposed to be watching them as an adult. You're supposed to be watching them as a kid. Although I think Frieren is basically aimed at adults. But I have to admit,
Yeah,
the one I will hand up and say I am actually a fan of the Spy X family, the Spy family. I do find that absolutely hilarious sometimes. If people don't know what that is, I do. You can find it on. There's the same website. You can go and find Frieren. You can find that on and watch it, and it's really, really funny. It's also on Netflix. Spy X Family, I think it is called. Take care of people who are going off to bed. Hope you have a good sleep.
Yep. Thank you for joining us.
Right then, Nightwolf. Question: do you think the Royal Navy will ever use the name HMS Hood? I doubt it. I doubt it will come up again. It's a possibility, but I doubt it. There are some names which you just don't return to. And I think that's one of them, sadly enough. It's named for a good admiral, but a good family of admirals, but I just don't think it will happen. I think that what they might do is they might cheat by having an HMS Somerville, because remember, he comes from that family. And so, is a sort of distant relative of the Hoods, so it's a way to honour him and all the admirals who come from that family. But I don't think they'll ever have a Hood again.
Maybe if the Royal Navy goes back to giga-huge fleet numbers.
Yeah, that's a scenario. If they're hunting for names, yes, Hood will come up again, but, you know.
And then it could have a chance to redistinguish itself and finally shake its hard luck reputation.
Yeah.
Not that it really has one in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, you have one major magazine detonation, people tend to get antsy.
So, that's that one. Next one. Steve.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if just after HMS Hood sank, KMS Bismarck and Prince Eugen were teleported to today? How long would they last before being destroyed? Totally contingent upon how long it takes them to figure out how outclassed they are and surrender.
Yeah, basically, if they try to fight with it, they probably get a. We'd probably try and put them in contact with German high command today, and they get told that the wars have been over for a long time and Germany lost. The main thing you're going to have to deal with is a load of. Whilst many of the senior officers I would not put in the committed Nazis camp, a lot of the juniors and the crew, they are a full mixture of German society after all. You're going to have to deal with that fallout, and that's going to cause a lot more trouble, especially in modern Germany. With some of the issues they're going through, because they've got... It's one of the things of, always beware of going through complicated times. There are always people who will tell you there are simple, quick solutions to these complicated problems. And the trouble is those simple, quick solutions rarely work. But usually those simple, quick solutions come in sweeping statements and sweeping generalizations. And again, it's rarely practical to implement such things without causing masses of trouble. And that's a part of the problem you have with modern society and modern politics. Is you have both people who want to put sweeping generalizations and people who see all the complexity and therefore don't want to do anything. So you have people offering easy, quick fixes which won't work, and people who see it so complicated they cannot actually do anything. And actually, you need someone sort of in the middle who goes, well, we've got to try something, and if we fail, we have to then admit, well, we tried this, we failed, it doesn't work, we're going to try something else. But that takes quite a mature approach to politics to be able to say, look, we tried this, it didn't work, we're going to try something else.
I mean, the only thing I'd say is if you end up with a whole load of Nazis and you're in the middle of the Atlantic, I can think of one very simple solution to that.
Yes, but the trouble is that simple solution is also going to be political. It is going to be, in terms of legal definitions, very difficult to implement. And would it exactly be moral? In a nicest way, dropping yourself to the standards of your opponents doesn't necessarily. It might feel good, but that isn't necessarily right, because then you've lost part of you.
Yep. But, to be fair, I don't think it would be very hard for a ship whose target acquisition is based on very primitive radar and, by today's standards, and optical target identification to be duped into firing into something that can launch a telephone pole moving at the speed of Mach frigate.
Well, yeah, but you don't really need to, because the nicest way, all you do is send an F-35B and have that hover around it. And just scare the bejesus out of them.
Or
And
if they're really not learning, make an example by just sending a couple of torpedoes from a nuke boat into Prince Eugen. Just backbreakers.
Again, you don't need to.
Buzzing them with some
Listen,
F-35s is probably the best way.
it would be interesting to Fondell. It would be
Dan, can I just ask you a random question?
Mm-hmm.
Would steroids make someone puke
Potentially, yes.
after a few days a few days into treatment of them?
Yeah, they can give you a gastritis type reaction.
Yeah, I reckon it's the steroids. Yeah, we'll call the. Are they in tomorrow?
No.
Yeah, they have to have his painkillers, I think.
No.
Not even his painkillers.
No.
No bickies, no food for you, Big Fluff. Nothing. You just get water until you stop puking. You're not gonna like us. Sorry for that distraction.
You might actually do better with some food.
Yeah.
It's going to be excess acid. So if you can think of anything that's going to be calming and neutral as food.
It'll be excess acid, so it needs to be something which is. He needs to have something alkaline to sort of calm his stomach down a bit.
Or just bland.
Would rice pudding be a good thing? He doesn't eat rice pudding.
Oh.
What does he eat? Does he eat porridge?
No.
No. Does he eat anything which is good for him?
No.
Does he eat a hamburger?
No.
Possibly.
Would that? I doubt that would help.
Would some of my lactose yogurt help?
But the bread part of it might.
Lacto-free yogurt?
Yeah, something. Just
Could be
something.
okay. Yeah.
Just so it's got something to kind of vaguely digest, but that's going to be fairly gentle and
Something
kind of slightly
that
control.
he can digest. That's fairly gentle. That's going to help him control the acid, because basically it causes an acid build-up in his stomach, and that's why he's puking. Because it's kind of like gastroenteritis.
To Fondell, essentially, I think
Sorry
that's
about
going
this.
to become it's going to become a political catfight, and those ships are going to swing at anchor for a while before somebody figures out what to do with them.
Yeah, those ships will be museum pieces, but in nicest way, it will be an absolute political fight over who would have them and where would they be. Knight 683, but also you have to remember, if they literally disappeared after Hood sank, there's no sink to Bismarck exercise. There's none of the British battleships running across there, but also there's no chasing Prince Eugen. there's none of those scenarios going on, it changes the history quite dramatically. And it means the British are probably hunting for vengeance from something else if they can't get vengeance on those things. And also, it might be the myth that the myth might well go round at that point that the depending on how they were seen to disappear, that the Germans sank Hood, but in her dying breath, she'd also taken out both Prince Eugen and Bismarck, and that changes the entire memory of the battle until they suddenly reappear. Knight 681, if Azure Lane Warspite was inhabited by the rumoured machine spirit, how scared would the sirens be? I think in Azure Lane context, with the little knowledge I have, knowing that my designated expert Foxo isn't here to back me up on this, I would say the sirens should be petrified. If the
Also, rumored machine spirit?
Basically, in
That's a bold statement.
We can't technically prove it existed, so it is technically a rumor, but it's one of those rumors like, if you do this, the principal's going to shout at you. It's not written down, it's not certain. It could be a rumor. But the likelihood is very high.
Let's put it this way. That is not a question I seek to answer by assuming it is false.
Mm-hmm. Knight Everyone, if the Royal Navy SSBN subs had SLBM with unlimited range and SAR bomber level warheads, how terrifying is SSBN Warspite? Well, in a nice way, you don't.
SAR bomber level warheads on a MIRV.
Yeah. Okay. Nicest way. They're already terrifying enough. You basically turned them into planet killers, and at that point,
yeah,
you don't. It's almost a level at which, at that point, it's a case of you've painted too big a target on their heads. All right. Castana, what happens if Bod Semple Engineering get a contract to license build Catalinas in Christchurch in 1939? Then the Australians are going to have a lot of Catalinas in service during World War II, and the British might even have more in service in World War II, because if they're building them from 1939 onwards, that also means there's probably a lot of them in service in the run-up to... in sort of the run up to the Pacific, run in Singapore, etc., which means probably instead of sending out the warships to go hunt for the where they think the Japanese might be, they're probably going to have Catalinas go hunting for where the Japanese amphibious forces might be.
Also, and because they're license built, because I think I understand what this question was going after, because they're license built, that means they're built to consolidated specs. Not, I have a tracked vehicle. Let me slap logs on it to turn it into a semi-armored vehicle.
Also, Bob Semple aren't necessarily that bad. They're quite a good engineering firm when they want to.
Also, New Zealand, Australia, so the Royal New Zealand Air Force gets them.
Dr. Clarke, they're just keeping it simple.
Question from
Chieftain did actually get that on a T-shirt.
Question from me. So I'm guessing this is from Steve Clarke himself. Yeah, is the only threat to the SSB and HMS Warspite a collection of priests attempting an exorcism?
The only threat to
in the nicest way, I'm not sure if Warspite is
hull fatigue.
Again, you've gone for priests here, and you have to remember Warspite, if she's inhabiting the Marine Machine Spirit, comes from a period where the Royal Navy was wildly, far more of a very Anglican force. So yeah, that's why I say no saint names for ships. Very, very low Anglican, not high Anglican. So yeah, I would say priests, no. Vicars, maybe.
With their 14-inch guns.
Mainly because, yeah. Different vicar, but okay.
Ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What would happen to the Royal Navy if 1939 ships on roster teleported to today? The Royal Navy would probably have a long conversation with the government about what's going to happen. But most of those ships from 1939 are not really reusable today. However, HMS Ark Royal will be brand new, and if any ship could be actually upgraded to deal with today's systems, probably Ark Royal could be.
Oh, also, how's that question phrased? Oh, yes. If you want to make the argument that that roster also includes crew,
Yeah.
especially if you want to argue, if you want to really stretch the limits of the English language, which I have never ever done in my entire tenure as a human being, let alone on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
If it's crew and dependents,
Yeah.
oh wow, that's a massive voting block.
That is.
Do you really want to be the MP that says they're going to cut the Royal Navy's budget?
It's not just a massive voting block. It's going to have a big effect. It would have a big effect on UK politics, a massive effect, because let me put it this way: the British, the sheer number you'd be talking about with dependents and all the other things, you'd be talking close to about 3 to 4 million people.
Couple million? Yeah.
That would be a lot. That would be a lot. DeFondle, if you could go back in time and prevent a design error, what would it be?
Making the LCS have to do 40 plus knots.
Getting only 2 Queen Elizabeth class, I think.
Is that really a design error, though?
Okay. Do you want me to stay up all night? I can't have him up there, so I'll stay up with him all night. It's fine, sis. Stay on. Go to bed. It's fine. I don't need sleep tonight.
I'm trying to think of a design problem. Design. The wing tanks on the kind of the side bits on some of the Royal Navy's smaller cruisers that basically meant that they capsized very quickly when hit there.
Mm-hmm.
That one was a learning moment.
I think the other design error I'd probably go with is going back to the Nell rods and go with the 15-inch 50 and basically the same shell as they've got for the 15-inch guns, and probably put them into F3 form, but try and basically build a fast battleship version of them rather than the Nell rod as was built. So build something which is aimed for a peacetime speed of 28 knots.
And what was the other thing? Sorry, something else had occurred to me and my brain is failing. Oh, come on, brain. You can do this.
It is 1:45, so.
Yeah. Design. No, it's gone. So I will try to think if there was a US one that I could think of. US designs generally pretty good. I mean, just the classic thing the British see. Sorry, I was thinking classical, historical type stuff rather than more modern.
Oh, there are some issues with the American ones, but honestly, it's kind of like things of the bigger problem you sort of have is could you make it sort of more simple? I think part of the problem for the Alaskas is by giving them 12-inch guns, you do put them in the battle cruiser or battle capital ship level capability, despite the fact being they're very much heavy cruisers, and what heavy cruisers should be by that point. by putting 12-inch guns, you are making them look like that, which means they're automatically in a comparison point with the Iowas, which means they do get cancelled. Whereas if you've gone for, let's say, 9.2-inch guns or even 10-inch guns, you probably would have got them completed, because they would have been completely different and not looked like, they would have looked like super cruisers rather than
Budget
battle
Iowas.
yeah.
And really not even budget Iowas.
Oh, the destroyer gun armament for the Royal Navy should have been properly dual purpose. Should have been capable of high angle elevation.
Yeah, basically, they should have carried on that investment earlier and development earlier. The 4.5 could have been available earlier if they'd focused in on it earlier rather than trying so many different varieties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a failure. Frankly, that's a failure of the Director of Naval Ordnance, because they should have been keeping tabs on what was being developed and the fact that there was so much blooming overlap between what everyone was doing.
Ex-Submariner, I'm not sure what you're talking about with Krupp steel. Krupp cemented steel is a type of steel, not just produced by Krupp. There were various others who produced versions of it. And honestly, the World War One variant, it was. They might have perfected the they might have developed the technique first, but it was felt that they didn't. When the armor studies were done, both post First World War and post World War II, both times the British and the Americans and the French concluded that they built better armor. There were good points to the German, but mainly the thing was it wasn't the it was there were issues with German armor manufacture. Not massive issues, but it meant that it wasn't it wasn't necessarily this super great thing. But yeah, Krupp cemented style armor is what everyone has in World War One, and everyone sort of moved on to what's called modern armor, which is an evolution of it by World War Two.
Yeah, it's a brand name. It's like aspirin or
people because Krupp developed it, people presume it all comes from Krupp, but it's not actually. It's a style of armor.
Yeah,
it's a style of it's a form. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And the cementing is not to do with this concrete stuff. It's
no.
Oh god, I did at one point vaguely understand what it was, but I don't now. I don't remember.
It's to do with the bonding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, looking at the clock, I'm going to say questions closed because we got 3 in the tube here.
That's fine.
And we'll punch these out and then knock it over the head.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Stop the ratchet handle?
Hello, stop the ratchet handle. If you plan a Commando-style water gun raid on a teacher's lounge as a senior prank, the principal is going to yell at you. As a member of the student council, I have no knowledge of did aid in the planning thereof. Yeah. YouTube Minecraft watcher. That was Jordan from Moon. YouTube Minecraft watcher. How would World War II change if the 4 King George V's were replaced with World of Warships HMS Thunderer?
I think that has 9 or 12 16s.
That basically that's a oh my Lord help the poor enemy tonight, because that becomes
that's going to be tasty snack Bismarck.
Excuse me. It's got 8 457s.
So it's got 8 18-inch guns.
457s, 18-inch.
Yeah, split across 4 turrets and twins.
Yeah, that's not a good time for anyone.
Yeah.
And speed-wise,
yeah, that's very much. Hello.
Speed-wise, she's clocking in at just a hair under 30 knots on the clock.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good time for anyone. That basically means that there are 4 Royal Navy ships which all stand a chance of fighting Yamato, and that means that the in nicest way, that completely outclasses pretty much anything in the European theatre. But if the British are building that, then you have to expect the others are building something in response to it as well.
Jonathan Moon, with regards to the C-130, I believe it had radar.
There are pictures, and they did use all sorts of things to get it off.
Yeah, but they didn't. They didn't use the catapult, and they didn't use the arrestor wires because, to be frank,
they wouldn't have helped.
Those systems is able to handle a C-130, even as stripped out as that one was.
They were basically considering it. They were testing it as the idea was for extreme range carry-on-board delivery, and they decided that was not going to be a good idea. But they worked it out.
It was the sanity check of, if we really, really have to do this and don't have a better option, can we do it?
Yeah.
And the answer was yes.
It's like, right, so we have to be this level of desperate to do it in real life, with something with a cargo load. The thing which I remember from our Canada trip, I can't remember which Canadian aircraft. Which Canadian aircraft was it? Was it the Caribou?
Yeah.
With the stubble, where it was like, it was just insane.
It just goes pretty much vertical.
It could work as a and so if you stick that on a carrier that's pumping out at 30 knots,
that was obviously
so 30 knot headwind, plus everything else. I mean, it's going to take off and it's going to go backwards.
Yeah.
And it would land without needing to use arrestor gear or anything. Why they didn't use that for anything like that?
And C-130,
that would decent cargo capacity.
Yeah.
C-130, as it is, can land on a postage stamp. So
yeah,
because
they're fun,
and that's
the
both.
Guy who's showing
that's both an attribute of the airframe as well as the pilot.
Being one of the test. Yeah.
Right then.
Yeah. But,
we got one quick one.
Last but not least.
Quick one from Sun Penguins.
Yeah.
Would they have been able to get a torpedo defense system in with a 9.2 or 10-inch cannon on the Alaskas?
Probably yes, because it's going to be quite a significant weight saving, and it's going to be quite considered significant space saving.
The bigger question is: are they going to keep it with 3 triples, or are they going to say, "Well, we'll take all that weight and we'll turn it into a 4th triple"?
They might try that though, but even then, they probably still actually could have the space.
Yeah,
some torpedo
defense
longer. Yeah.
So because the other question is, are you? I can't remember. Is the Alaska armored against her own armament? Because if you are, then you're suddenly.
No, I don't think so.
No, she's a cruiser.
From a 12 to like a 10 or a 9 point. So she's not armored against even her own guns. No. So then you're not playing that game of actually we can thin the belt down. Fair enough. I honestly couldn't remember what her arm plate was, and I've moved away. I've walked away from my books. Where my books are. Yeah, a good one. Interesting one to think about. Was the last one.
Minecraft Watcher. I'll answer that simply because it is after the questions close period. But it's essentially going to be, there's going to be a lot of questions being asked. A lot of questions being asked. Some of them might even be good ones.
So. And what if HMS Hood, before the shell hit, vanished and appeared today? Well, we'd be having fun with that right now, about now.
Yeah.
We really would be.
And we'd be having
Drac would probably be welding himself to the deck to prevent the evil British government from taking it to the breakers.
Yes.
Because you know that's what they'd want to do.
No. This government, even this government would not be so silly as to do that, and even the previous governments wouldn't be as well.
You
It's
have far more trust in your government.
No.
than I have in mine.
In a nice way, in the UK, what's the largest largest, most powerful non-political organization?
Royal Navy /
No,
maritime industry?
it's called the National Trust, and add in English heritage, and that's a huge lobby, which kind of like the RSPCA and the RSPB, you arouse the ire of at your how do I put this? Peril, yes.
Peril.
And if, in the nicest way, something like that would immediately be cloaked by those organisations, because for them that would be a huge moneymaker. And it would probably end up being parked in somewhere like the National Maritime Museum in Portsmouth. We'd probably end up having to move where we park the Queen Elizabeth class carriers to accommodate it.
Hashtag worth it.
Yeah,
Already.
Right.
Yeah.
That is another Bruships knocked on the head.
That is. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to everyone who's been here and everyone who's joined us and all the help we've had. Thank you to Steve Clarke for all the efforts he's put in. Thank you to Runon and Paul for assisting Steve as well, doing all the stuff. Thank you, Dan, Fleet, Dragon and Foxo for showing up and chatting away with us. And thank you everyone else for being here. And thank you especially for all the support I've received towards the fixing the computer. We will get back to normal procedures as soon as I can get the money together. The new stuff will be ordered. We'll be back to a normal computer, and everything will be fine again. And I will also, as time goes on, upgrade the parts on the laptop so it's better able to cover and if it needs to, and try and replace it as well. It'll be fun.
I'm just having happy thoughts at the idea of Drac, before Hood gets turned into a full museum ship, taking Hood over to go and do a visit to USS New Jersey Museum and Memorial.
Oh, he'd want to do that. He would want to do that.
No, he would.
But also, then you don't have to sort out all the crew, and you have to sort out bring them up to date with the modern lives and modern world, and that's going to be a fun thing.
Yeah, Steve, I'm sorry, mate. What? Thank you. I owe you one if I ever get over to your side of the Atlantic.
Yeah. Questions closed. Thank you very much, everyone.
God, to be over to the other side of the Atlantic.
You'll be over soon, don't worry. Thank you for all your support. Thank you everyone for being here. And again, thank you. I haven't kept track, but my phone has kept pinging as people have made all sorts of Ko-fi donations, all sorts of PayPal donations. Some people have done straight PayPal donations. I'm always amazed at people doing that. And people have done all sorts of nice things. The one thing I would add is the Patreon vote is open for June and July. It's open as we speak. There are lots of options, and remember, it's the top 8 which get through.
For YouTube, thank you, Peter Moeller, for becoming a supporter. Zayco for your contribution. Robert Dennett for your number of contributions, and Dragon Red for the gifted membership.
And Defondle, I also hope that the fluffy research assistant swaps back barfing for barking, but he doesn't usually bark that often as well. He's never usually sick, but he doesn't like being sick. He is the dog I know who looks the most embarrassed whenever he's sick. He literally looks like, I don't know why I've been ill. I don't know what's going on. And he's sitting there going, don't worry, we can sort this out, Big Fluff. It'll all be fine.
Food is going the wrong way. It's supposed to go the other way.
He's been on a lot of drugs recently because of his ear infection. Yeah. He's been on very heavy painkillers. He's been on steroids. And he's been on antihistamines and all sorts of things, and frankly the poor dog his system is going, I've had too many chemicals pumped into me. But the trouble is, his ear infection was probably one of the worst I've ever seen. And please,
the steroids do cause gastritis.
I will say this, it's always open for people to start campaigns for their suggested topics to be successful. Steve Clarke is starting this already, with voting for their for his propeller question. You know, there are plenty of options out there. The questions, you have till next Sunday to vote on them. Literally, the schedule is set to put 7:55. It ends, so you have plenty of time. I'd love to see what you vote for. There are lots of really cool suggestions there, and I have to admit, I have been naughty. I have gone back to because some people had suggested topics, and I looked and went, "You actually wrote it better on a previous occasion." So I've gone back to their older versions, and I've put them in of when they've suggested the same topic. So you might go, "That's not the version I put in this time." Now, the honest answer is, you wrote it better before, better previous earlier. So I've gone the best version I think you wrote it. Okay? But it should all be good. Thank you again to everyone for your support. Thank you again to everyone for your kindness. And yeah, I just hope you enjoyed it. It's, you know, it's roughly 4.5 hours every Sunday evening. But, you know, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you find it interesting. And I hope you enjoy the questions we answer. We do want to try and answer a lot. Anyway. Thank you very much, everyone. I will say goodbye to my fellow panelists. I will say goodbye to the chat. And when I say goodbye to everyone, I will, how do I put this politely? How should I do this? Boom. And boom, boom. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you for participating. Thank you, as always, for your support. It really wouldn't be possible to do without you, and especially wouldn't be possible to do without the Shipshape team and the broader team of admins, you know, the Masters Arms, Masters Arms, and the flotilla leaders who support the channel. I really couldn't do anything about it. And then I also do put a plug in now for the Discord server we have for this channel. Links down below. It's really cool. There's lots of good chat going on there. There's lots of good things. The only rule we have is you have to be, you can't be rude to each other, okay? And no gaslighting, no being rude, no insulting. That's the rules. And we have sections which are set apart aside from modern politics if you want to go discuss them in the true spirit of Bruships and bilge pumps. But again, the same rules apply. And I think those rules are not really onerous. If the rules are be polite about it and give the other side a fair chance to say their case, and as long as they're not being rude, it's all fine. And no gaslighting. I think those are good rules to go on. There are some other specific rules as well, but that's in there's a whole rules section which shows you what those rules are, and they are mainly, most of the rules in this server have come about through experience of us going, well, we need a rule for this circumstance. We need a rule for this circumstance because this person is doing this, and whilst broadly speaking that could be interpreted as be polite to people, some people really do need it specifically said that this is not polite to do this. I don't know why, but there are some people in this world who really cannot understand the phrase of, well, I wouldn't like this done to me, but I'm quite happy to do this to other people. Anyway, take care. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you again next Sunday, and see you all lives and other videos this week. Doodles.